Welcome in everybody to the second official tournament that we are hosting. So we're about to get started with everything. The fact that we're finally kicking off the last Mega Rising tournament of the season. I'm definitely excited for that, and we're about to get things kicked off. Give me 1 second. So right now I have a lot of people streaming their matches, and we're definitely gonna toggle through every single one of them. First of all, say what's up to everybody in chat. What's up, Elizabeth, Hustle, my TikTok people, what's up? Twitch, I see y'all. But anyways, let's just get started. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, this tournament is definitely going to be for a $100 prize pool and a deluxe Lily for first place. Can't wait to see what dominates, because in this last week of the metagame, you've been seeing different Greninja variants, Mega Absol and Greninja popping off, and just so many top 8s within the last couple of tournaments that I've seen. And then afterwards, you're starting to see Indeedee Suicune take a little bit of a backseat, but it's still a very strong deck. That's the deck that ended up winning our last tournament. And basically, one thing I did want to mention is we had 8 Blazikens in our top 8 4 Blazikens in our top 8 last time, which was kind of interesting. So let's check out our metagame right now. So we have 41 Suicune Greninja EX, we have 25 Greninja Mega Absol, 19 Magnezone Oricorio, 19 Altaria Indeedee, 18 Decidueyes, 16 Hydreigon variants and all that, 11 Mega Blaziken, and then you can see the rest, right? Let's just double check how many people are in the tournament, because I know the pairings are up right now. So we currently have, is it telling me a number? I could check in my admin. I'll give you guys an accurate number. But let's just get started and jump into different streams. Alright, looks like, let me mute myself. So it looks like somebody is about to join. I'm trying to see if somebody has a match going on. We could go into Zach's stream, because Zach has a interesting deck right here. He is actually playing Jolteon EX, and regular Jolteon, which seems kind of strong. Well, to be fair, the deck is like, you definitely need a strong support. The variant he's running is, double of the Jolteons that do 80 damage on the first turn once it's evolved. Goes great with Stampede Eevee, and especially it is 1 energy, right? I'm trying to find... Okay, we got a match. So we have a Decidueye mirror match. Decidueye mirror match actually just pretty much ended here. So let's actually jump in to this guy. Oh, actually we got a match here. We got Suicune Indeedee versus Altaria. Which version of Altaria is it? That is a very good question. I'm not sure. Oh, it's Jirachi. He's running a Milk Tank. That is Jax. Yeah, it's definitely Jax over here running Milk Tank Indeedee, which is kind of interesting. Let me add the chat box on this side as well. he has a very good setup right now. This person is Nas. He has a Grip Ninja. He has Indeedee in the back, and definitely has the Suicune with the 2 energy. Already capitalizing, off that Suicune having like a full field and everything. Appreciate the sub or the follow. So for the people that are just here wondering how the tournament is being ran, the tournament is being ran best of 1 until top cut, and then once we're in top cut, we do best of 3, and then best of 3 is when we get the competitive, the real sweaty matchups. But right now we are on Swiss trying to see what's going on here, and it would be nice to have another screen instead of like relying on my phone on the side. But yeah, so this is interesting. This is the milk tank that's not rollout. It's the one that has a 40 attack output. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, no, I do not know the ability of this milk tank or why it's being ran. I think it's mainly there to deal with like threats like Oricorio or something like that. Let me just hop into another match. Hopefully we could get something else. Alright, his screen is kind of jacked. Let me fix that. Maybe I could extend it. I think this is just for his setup. He is using BlueStack. But I do want to fix this one because this is a very interesting matchup right here. Because we are running a Suicune Indeedee versus Mega Absol Greninja, which again, I wanted to get this match in a feature match because this match is super strong. And you've been seeing Indeedee Suicune popping off in the meta and on the ladder and in tournaments, and just as recently as last week, Absol Greninja has been popping up again. The beginning of Mega Rising, well, I want to call it the middle, right? The middle of Mega Rising, this deck has been super popular, but it did fall off, and now it's gaining traction again. Like, the deck is really strong. So let's see, it's a very control variant type of deck, right? So I think he's in a position where he has to retreat the Mega Absol or he's kind of screwed. And also there could be a Greninja follow-up play, and Cyrus is definitely not looking right for this guy. 4 cards left in his deck. It's kind of insane. Best of 20? No, I did not say best of 20. Best of 20 sounds mad. Alright, so he has the Darkrai, which is pretty good for him right now. But he ends up conceding G's to Casamer. Alright, let's see, jump into another matchup. Hopefully we could get the formatting right. Here we have Altaria with a Magby with babies. Altaria with babies, which is kind of interesting in my opinion. I don't know what this guy is cooking up, but after we have no more matches to show, we will, do a little rundown on what's going on. To respect the players, because I don't have too much, I put normal latency. I am hiding the hands because, I don't want to put any of the players that I'm streaming at risk of getting stream sniped or anything like that. So, yeah, I'm covering their hand and letting you guys see, the current field. So he is running Magby and Altaria. This is actually interesting. I don't know what this man is cooking up because he definitely has Psychic Energy and Dark Energy, and he's mixing Mega Altaria with Mega Absol, which I don't know. He does play regular Altaria, which I could see why you have the multi-baby colors, but you do have Psychic and Dark, right? Where you could kind of just like do the same thing without having the babies. But then again, you know, he has a full field. He's about to get rid of a Suicune EX, and he's about to get the first blood on that, which is kind of insane if you think about it. Alright, he's swinging. He actually opted in for Sing, which he did not wake up, and that is kind of huge for him right now. Because now he has a dark energy coming up as well, so if he gets access to the baby Altaria, he could just kind of pop off. So it's kind of interesting. He's kind of bricked with that Suicune in the front, because the Suicune in the front really can't do anything. Yo, Alfred, DM or at HVK, he's gonna be, he could direct you on how to create a room. DM him, he'll get to you. All right, so ooh, that's actually a crazy top deck. The only reason you guys saw it, right? We're not gonna pretend we didn't see that. He has a sizable hand, and he could definitely rip that hand and potentially get rid of this Suicune without putting out a Mega out on the field and, you know, taking that early damage. Because now he has access to this Altaria that's gonna do a crazy amount of damage. And I don't think this Suicune... I mean, this Suicune could definitely do 120 damage for sure. And then that's when he could just pull up with the Mega Altaria in the back and just kind of pop off and steal this. I have to definitely check SA's build, because this build is kind of cooking, I'm not gonna lie. Chat, let me know if you guys have seen, you know, this build in the recent meta, because like I have not. Wait, what happened? Did he... Wait, did he just concede? Oh, he had access to Cyrus, and Cyrus was enough to get the kill. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I looked away, and then the match was kind of over, so... Let's hop into the next. Unfortunately, Cyrus is gonna... He was kind of cooking. I'm not gonna lie, he was kind of cooking with that. But now we have a Altaria EX versus Decidueye, but this version is playing Kartana and Formosa, which seems kind of interesting. Let me just double check one thing, make sure everything is running well in the tournament. Judge calls. Okay, everything is running well. Alright, so we got a Dartrix on the field. Is he gonna go into anything different, like maybe regular Decidueye and attack for 70 in the back row so we could get that Indeedee knocked out? Or honestly, he could just swing with Dartrix into Indeedee so he could just win the game. But no, he's actually leading out with Decidueye EX in order to like get the guaranteed KO on the Indeedee. Even if the Indeedee were to switch out and heal, he's kind of in trouble right here, right now. Yeah, nah, he was put in a really tough situation right there. I won't lie. Let's look at our pairings, because right now currently we have 99 matches completed. out of 100 matches actually now completed of 107. So that being said, let's see this right here. Okay, so that matchup is over. So we're waiting on 7 more matchups. Let me see if anybody else is streaming. Oh shoot, I'm sorry chat. That kind of disappeared. Alright, so it looks like the Decidueye Kartana variant is gonna take this matchup. Let's see if anybody else is streaming their match. Alright, we got Exorcist. Let's see what's going on with his. Okay, he's not playing his match. Okay, so right now everybody is waiting for the next round. So let's just switch over to our desktop so we could take a quick peek of what's going on. So if we refresh here, right, there's 103 matches completed now. Let's take a look at the winning deck list. So this is a very interesting build, right? Again, it is round 1, so pretty soon. Too soon. So we got the Jumpluff Oricorio running in, and he's teching a Gumi in here. Like, the Gumi is interesting because your opponent can't attack, right? Yo, thank you for the subscription or the follow. So with the sticky membrane ability and, you know, Jumpluff, you could just switch in and out. That's actually a really, really cool concept. Now, why? Because, you know, it puts your opponent in a pressure situation where they have to waste their energy on the Gumi and just go off. And it's kind of, I can see it working. And Oricorio is obviously there as a shield. Next up, let's see what else we have that actually won. If I see people having trouble with what do you call it, on using our basically how to create a channel, a streaming channel. So at the bottom there's a plus icon on chat, and then you create your own table, and then you'll be the only one in that table, and then basically you'd be all set to create your table, so you would be good. And yes, there is a delay. Yo, what's going on, Snow? Welcome into NY. So, this Altaria version of Greninja ended up winning the last match that they had. Let's see. So we're waiting on 2 more matches. Again, OB0 is running Decidueye, and this is just Decidueye all the way. No Chingling, no tricks like that. They're playing the Copycat, Double Lily, and Erica, which is pretty good. Can't go wrong with that. I do see the Dusknoir and Dusknoir Mega Absol, so that is becoming a thing right there. But yo, this Jolteon ended up taking game 1, which is kind of interesting. Jolteon is pretty strong when it has all the pieces needed to pop off, which is actually really great. Let's see what else we have. If we go back. Again, there's so many matches right now. At least in the next round, we can see the standings and then just see what's actually being like super successful in the stream. I mean, in the tournament. This is the Chingling version, which they opted in playing one Decidueye EX. So in this build, I would imagine they want to attack the back row as much as possible instead of focusing in the front row. And yeah, no, it's pretty well. You have May for the consistency. You are playing one Decidueye EX, so I could see why you definitely want to throw May in there. But you are playing one Lily and one Erica, so the healing factor is kind of insane. What else? He ended up getting that dub. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How y'all doing? Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. And let me just make sure everybody's done so we could get the next round started. Alright, so 107 of 107 is completed. We're gonna get started with the next round. Let me see if I could get that started for you guys. Okay, let me go to the tournament and then we'll get it started. Alright, so oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. There is one matchup that we gotta wait. Okay. Thanks. There's a quick there's one thing just going on. Just let me double check one little thing here. Hold on, we're just dealing with some judge calls. Give me 1 second, we'll get the next round started. Alright, so I just want to definitely see a few more matches. So I mean decks. That's what I want to go over. So we have Magnet Zone right here is popping off. It's the traditional build that you've been seeing. The fact that Magnet Zone is just gonna get so much stronger in this upcoming pack is kind of insane. But like, oh wait, this is what we were kind of spectating before. This one actually won. So in this variant, you are going a little bit more harder on the regular Altaria instead of Mega Altaria. So I can see this popping off really strongly because you do have access to electric and water energy, and you have access to psychic. So the Altaria is always going to be hitting for 100, and you have access to Oricorio to stall and everything. So yeah, nah, it's a pretty good deck to pop off with. So now we're going to pop off with the next round. So we're pairing round 2. So let me see. Boom. Round 2 is up. So if everybody in the tournament could get to their matches, we could get started. So if we go into the standings right now, we do have a Dusknoir and Mega Absol deck that won. We have a Leafeon. This one's pretty interesting. Leafeon, and a Jolteon deck that ended up winning round one. Um, we have Decidueye, Suicune Greninja, Magnezone, another Suicune Greninja. We have Decidueye. We have a Entei and Blaziken, which is actually really interesting. Alright, so here we could actually gauge how many players ended up joining. So we had 213 people join the tournament, which is kind of insane. Last week we had only 125 people. Thank you guys for showing up, and yeah, no, showing up, playing in the tournament. It's definitely a nice little turnout we have going on here. So let's pop off to let me see if anybody's playing matches right now. Alright, so let's watch. Okay, we have a matchup. Let me just switch so we have content to show you guys. Round number 2. So we have a Magnezone player versus a Mega Absol and Greninja variant, which is going to be a very interesting matchup. Let me switch this on. Wait, what? Yo, that is kind of crazy. My TikTok ended. Anyways. So he ends up getting the Chingling and swapping out into the Chingling to prevent leave the item cards. But I don't think that's really that strong when it comes to fighting, you know, this type of deck, because, you know, they don't really rely on that card. I mean, rare candies or Pokeballs, because, like, yeah, they have their Greninja, which is actually pretty clutch. So you could start, you know, doing some real damage. Now, could they get that Absol? That is the one main problem about this, you know, mixing Greninja into, like, many other decks. Because, like, if you can't get the one card you need, like, you know, Absol or Darkrai EX in order to attack, you're kind of in a little standstill where you're just, you know, pushing for little bits of damage. But I like what he did here, where he was forced to, you know, just pull out the Magnemite on the field. But, I mean, at the same time, he's still in a winning position because he can't really attack. All he's doing is, you know, chipping for 20 HP all over the board. All I'm saying, he does have, you know, he does have the weakness, right? He has the electric on the field, and Greninja's just gonna take double the damage. Well, not double the damage, but an extra 20 damage. So that's gonna be really bad for him moving forward. You know, if Pokemon ever fixed dual energy, you know, Greninja would be insanely broken and just dropped into, like, almost any deck here. So here we go. He's popping off with 40 damage. Let's see if he gets access to anything to pop off, which is kind of crazy. This Magnezone player does not have access to Magneton. He's just literally fighting for his life. So he gets rid of the X speed in order to copycat, in order to draw another basic, because this is basically his only way out. Okay. He's gonna get rid of a Magnemite next turn, but you know, to be realistic here, even if he gets like an Absol or Darkrai, he's kind of in a tough position because how's he gonna hit Oricorio, right? He has 2 Oricorios on the bench, well, now in the active zone. So like, he needs to set up another Greninja, and I really don't see that happening anytime soon. So he's just experiencing like the super brick that this deck, you know, usually brings on, which is very unfortunate for him. Let's move on to the next match. Hopefully we could see something popping off. Red card. Red card actually did something crazy. Alright, so we got HVK with Mega Blaziken on the field. So we got Mega Blaziken versus Decidueye EX right here, which is actually pretty interesting, I'm not going to lie. But both players have 0 points. So, okay, he gets the Dartrix in the back, so he does have access to potentially a second Decidueye play here. Well, he's definitely going to have it now. He has Professor's Research. But then again, Blaziken has access to Rocky Helmet. Ooh, and I don't know if the Leaf Cape matters because it was always going to be a 2-hit KO situation. And then he does have like at least 1 more turn in order to heal. But we have another combustion hitting the field. And not only that, Lily is here, so you know, you're not gonna take that much damage with the second Decidueye. But at the same time, HVK, it's not looking really good for him right now. It really depends if his opponent gets the Decidueye within the next 2 turns. Which kind of, you know, through Professor's Research, has the Erica. I think he's just burning cards at this point, right? Because the Erica, I don't think the Erica is really that needed, but it's looking like he doesn't have the second Decidueye because he didn't drop it. Either that or he's holding off. Alright, let's see it, let's see it. Mind you, HVK only has 1 card in hand. And he did top deck a Copycat. Now, is he going to use it and maybe try to potentially get the Combustion? This is going to be a free card for him, basically. Flame Patch and a Cyrus, which is kind of good. And now he can start building on the Combustion in the back. Just in case, but like, you know, in this type of matchup, it doesn't really matter. Because, you know, Decidueye could target your back row as well. Now, this matchup is going to go down. Does he have the Decidueye in order to win? Let's see. He has to have the correct Decidueye. Oh, here's the second chance. He needs 1 card and Copycats. Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it? He did not get it, and HBK moves on to the next round. Mega Blaziken. That was kind of crazy because they were neck and neck with that. Okay, Jolteon finished his match. Let's go into this matchup right here. We have that Kartana and Decidueye matchup that's popping off. I have to fix the screen because he is using blue stacks. Let me just move that to the left. So this matchup right here, he has the whole Suicune setup. He has the Decidueye 70 in the back row. He does have 2 points, which it really depends what happens here, right? Yeah, nah, it's not looking pretty for the Suicune player. The Suicune player might actually end up losing. It really depends on what happens here. Because, like, the simple fact, this Suicune is at 60. He used Mars. He needed access to Irida in order to win the match, because his opponent does have 1 point, and then that 70 damage is definitely gonna get him the win. Let's spectate another match, because yeah, this match is about to finish anyways. Alright, so he finished his match. Let's check on Jax. Jax has, what is he running? He finished his matchup. Yo, it seems like round 2 is finishing a lot quicker than round 1, I'll tell you that much. A lot of our contestants are finishing a lot quicker. Yo, welcome in Team Fuller. Okay, we got a Absol Decidui. Okay, I mean Absol whatever it's called. Dusknoir deck. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'll fit this in. I appreciate people that use BlueStacks or Moving Player to show their screen, by the way. At the same time, the cell phone will be the most common. Alright, so here we got a kind of like a mirror match, but not really, because it is Greninja Absol to Dusknoir, you know, Absol, and he has the Dusknoir in the bench where he could start healing it, but then again, Greninja is definitely out on the board, so, you know, he has, they're both at 1-1 right now, which is kind of crazy. Trying to study opponents, it's crazy. Alright, he's attacking. Does he have a... No, it is a Greninja. So he has a dead Greninja on his what do you call it? In his hand. We saw a screenshot. Don't know what that screenshot was. Probably to, you know, it's just a dead Greninja. So I don't think it really does matter at this point. But then again, he's going for the X speed here. Maybe no, he doesn't have copycat. I think it was just like burning up the card. Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't looking good. Even though he has a free extra 40 damage on that Mega Absol, because anything he sends out is gonna get one-shotted by this Mega Absol. So it's looking like Fred Ward is going to move on to the second round. Gets rid of the dead Professor's Research. Imagine not like having Professor Research like active. So right now we have 96 matches out of 101 matches completed. Just I want to give you guys that update. And then Fred Ward is moving on to the next round. Let me see if we have any more matches going on right now. Okay, not really. Alright, let's move on to the desktop so we could see what's going on here. Again, right now, this is round 1 standings. So the one that actually caught my eye was this Jolteon and Leafeon deck. It seems really, really strong. I'm pointing out like decks that are kind of unique and that we really don't see every now and then. Here is a Ampharos and Raikou deck. I haven't been seeing a lot of Raikou in the metagame right now, which is kind of interesting. Definitely an interesting setup. Okay, we are one match away from round 2. So there's 5 minutes left in the round, and 100 matches out of 101 matches are completed right now. I'm actually interested to see if this Jumpluff deck did well. He ended up getting paired into Decidui, and Decidui ended up taking the win on that guy. See if anything else stands out. Chat, what do you guys think about this current meta game? And what do you guys think about the new meta actually coming out? This is an interesting deck. It lost round 1, but you're playing all of the old beasts, so it looks like you're playing grass and you're playing dark, which I really don't know I'm gonna be real. I don't know what this guy was cooking, but for him to bring, I think it must have worked somewhere on the ladder, somewhere around that ladder. It might have just popped off. Hey, decided to finally check you out. Nice channel here. I'll watch your videos too to show support. Yo, Lagoon, thank you guys so much, Revi. Yo, I support you guys too. You guys are awesome. With your tournament series and all that. Thank you for coming through. Oh, actually, I love playing in your tournaments. Your tournaments are mad fun. So, what else we have? So, we could get started with the next round. Let me just verify with my judges. Just to make sure there's no open calls. Again, this is our second tournament, and we have about like 200-ish, 214 people that joined this tournament, which is amazing. Okay, so we just got confirmation that we could start off in the next round, and we're gonna pop off. One sec, I'll check. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna check, make sure there's no delayed games, and then we'll move on to the next round. Oh yeah, the next set is going to be amazing. Like, yeah, people are mad that we got like the Cantonian starters, but yo, how could you hate on Mega Charizard Y? Venusaur is gonna be the nasty one. I'm not going to lie, Venusaur is going to be nasty. That HP is tremendous, and you could play like Oricorio with with Venusaur. But then again, 250 is crazy work. Mega Charizard. I'm a Charizard fan at heart, so it is what it is. New Charizard with one shot any Mega. Yo, for sure. Definitely. Hopefully we could burn out hopefully we could burn out that what do you call it? That dog from the meta. So we're gonna get ready with round number 3. So let us get that paired up. Round 3 is up. Good luck to everybody that's joining. Alright, so let's do a quick recap. So the recap we have here is Narumi is 2-0 with Mega Absol and Delmore. So this deck has been seeing a lot of, a lot of popularity in the last couple of days in the ladder. I'm pretty sure Seagun made a post about this deck, and then it started getting a lot of attraction. So that's, I guess, why it's seeing a lot of play. Then we got Suicune Greninja. Then we have Altaria Indeedee. Oh, and we got this anti-meta Victory Bell and Celebi that is kind of undefeated right now. It's really fighting out here. He has a win against Greninja Absol. He has a win on Altaria and Indeedee, and now he's playing Kun. And then we have Sanji with the Blaziken. We have Magnezone, and we have an undefeated Jolteon right now, which, granted, it is round 2, but it's kind of impressive. This deck is really strong with, utilizing the Jolteon that can attack for 80 once it comes out on the field. So, yeah, we have a lot of things going on. So, I'm going to leave this page up, and we're going to look for a match to spectate. So my opponent, so he's waiting for his opponent. As soon as I find a match, we will go and... Okay, this guy is gonna play. So we're gonna spectate Exorcist. Exorcist is pretty good at the game. He actually, I think, finished top 1K this season too. Yo, shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody that's here, chilling, enjoying the stream. Y'all the real MVPs. Do me a solid. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button. Alright, so he's still searching for his opponent. I kind of want to spectate him because he's playing Altaria and Indeedee, which, we're not getting too many of that. But let me actually see if there's another match that got started. Okay, we have a match. We have a match. Let me see if we can mute the stream. Okay, so we have this brand new Altaria deck, right? This Altaria deck is running the two babies. It's running Baby Altaria, two Baby Altaria, and one Mega Altaria, which is a pretty interesting cook. So it does look like he has the regular Altaria. That's the only reason why I think you would swap out to that Swablu, right? No. He got Sabrina. So he doesn't want to get the, what do you call it, Oricorio damaged, and you know, having access to Psychic and Electric could be, you know, the means of getting swept or not. But it's not looking good for Bounty Hunter, because he only has double Torchic on the field, and you have a Altaria consistently hitting for 100 damage. Did he freeze? He just got hit for 100. Okay, yeah. I think his his stream kind of like delayed here. So now going into second Torchic, let's see if he's able to get anything running on the ground. So Pokeball's coming out. We got the Entei. Okay, so this is the Entei variant that he is playing. So let's see, he drops the Entei. He's gonna have the Copycat here. He does have Copycat in hand. He's trying to get that rare candy in Blaziken. Does he get it? He has to double research off that. That's kind of diabolical. But it's not completely over for him, right? Because he does have Entei EX. So he could either swap out to Entei, draw a card, but then again, he's kind of locked into the Entei, and the Entei's only going to have 40 damage, and he's not going to be able to retreat, so it's not looking good for Blaziken Entei right now. Shoutouts to Blaziken. I just remember in the beginning of the format, it was really, really good, but Altaria is definitely no joke, yeah. Like, the baby Altaria is really, really strong. Like, 100 damage for just 2 different energy. That's like a really easy setup to have, which I actually respect that deck a lot. That deck is amazing. We have Mega Altaria versus Mega Absol Darkrai. So let's see what happens here. So we got the Licia. Licia is gonna be able to search your Swablus, so you could actually start popping off. It's kind of diabolical for him because he has access to Chingling. He has access to his Swablus. We saw his top deck, right? His top deck was the Mega Altaria here, so which is kind of nasty in this matchup. His opponent won't be able to use cards like Red Card, Pokeball, you know, anything like that, or X-Speed. That card has been seeing popularity in Absol decks every now and then. So yeah, I'll try to be here more often. Very nice channel. Yo, I appreciate you. Yo, quick take. We do have a podcast coming out pretty soon. Actually tomorrow, discussing Mega Rising, the brand new set coming out, and just the future of Pokemon TCG Pocket as a competitive, you know, Pokemon World Circuit or regionals. You know, we have plenty of discussions. We're definitely gonna. We have 2 other content creators, Sekaru and Jimbo, if you guys are familiar with the name. So be on the lookout for that. I'm going to drop that tomorrow. So yeah. Again, chat, we do have like a little delay, so if I'm just reading your chat right now, we have the delay, so, you know, the stream, you know, to respect our tournament players, to make sure, you know, nobody gets stream sniped. So he ends up using Professor's research here. He got Sabrina out of that and the regular Altaria, so he's not playing the Altaria that needs 2 different energies. He's playing the Altaria Doodle Wave that basically does 20 damage for each of your opponent's bench. And Jirachi here is poking at the Mega Absol in the back. So kind of interesting play here, right? The reason why I said that, so Exorcist has 1 point, right? And Darkrai has less HP, right? If you did more damage on the Darkrai EX, I think you'll have a more easier time taking it out. But then again, don't know what he might be cooking something else, because the way he was playing it advertises that you have a Cyrus, right? So if that's, the case, I don't know. But then again, I'll let him do his play. This is his matchup. I'm putting my 2 cents into something that shouldn't be there. But we are seeing the X speed. He's trying to burn cards from his hand, I believe. Oh, he's gonna get the free knock on the Chingling, which is pretty big here because you want that Altaria to have almost like nothing. So yeah, that Cyrus was a nice play for him. I'm just interested to see on how he's gonna play this match. So the Chingling is coming on. He has 5 seconds in the clock. Is he gonna be able to get the attack? He got that attack. And just like that, this man was able to get 2 points in 1 turn. 2 points in 1 turn. Darkrai, he's not going to be able to attack, unfortunately, because he only has 1 energy on Darkrai, 0 energy on the actual Mega Absol in the back. So at this point, we're just looking at, taking out the Chingling, because there's really not that much that he could do here. He's gonna go Sabrina to try to bait out one of the EX Pokemon to come out, but I feel like the Froakie's gonna come in, and once the Froakie comes in, oh okay, the Froakie did not come in, because, so hear this out, so if the Froakie did come out and get knocked out, all he has to do is pull out Jirachi and attack the Chingling for game. So I'm pretty sure that's why he didn't do that, but he's still in that little position where Jirachi can knock out the Darkrai. So this is gonna be pretty much it for Marco. I put my money on Exorcist. Yeah, Exorcist got 10th last time. Yeah, nah, Exorcist is a really good player. I should be playing in my tournament. Yeah, nah, I would be playing, but nah, I'd rather just like host and put on a show for everybody, GG's. Let's go into the next match that we could spectate. We have Indeedee Altaria it's not a mirror match, but Indeedee Altaria, Suicune, Indeedee, just like consistent healing over here, which is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Swift Taco has 6 cards in his hand, and his opponent Dugs has it's Dugs. He has 3 cards in his hand. Has a Suicune, has a Greninja EX in the back. So it's really gonna come down if he can really get that, Greninja to attack anytime soon. The Sabrina's coming out, but I don't think the Sabrina is going to matter a lot, because that Greninja is gonna get hit for 130. Yeah, he has the ability to do the Swift Stream to swap back into Suicune, but he is in a tough position where, the Altaria is definitely at 50 damage. So Dugs could actually come in with a Cyrus. If he pops off with Cyrus, he could win the match. So yeah, Taco's looking like he's in a tough position. Oh yeah, I like how it is. Yo, anybody here that knows football, I feel like this is like NFL, the NFL, what do you call it? Red stream or whatever it's called, where you just see all the red zone, where we just switch into matches and all that. I just feel like that's awesome. You get like a nice little. It's not just like a little mix-up. It is a mix-up of a bunch of matches. So Doug's ends up taking that match. GG. Let's get into the next round. See if we have anything popping off. He's doing wonder picks. Okay. Looks like most of our contestants are kind of done. Let's see. Okay, so we have a Mega Blaziken versus Magnezone. Magnezone is kind of in a tough position. Right, oh no, no, okay. Magnezone is in a tough position right now because it has 20 HP and it just got hit by Mega Blaziken. Again, Sanji is one point away from winning this game. Also, his opponent is 1 point away, gets the Cyrus, and you know it's over. It's looking really good for Sanji in this matchup until Cyrus just came through and ended up taking that dub. Good games, good games. Alright, let's switch up to our desktop so we could see what's going on. So if we go into the pairings, our highest seed, it seems like, it is a Greninja Indeedee deck. This deck ended up winning and is 2-0 right now. He played against no, he's 3-0 right now. Sorry. He played against the Victory Bell Chingling deck, which is actually pretty strong anti-meta. We got Fed here ended up winning. He is playing the Altaria Klefki. I believe I've seen Pocket Mads with the Klefki advertising this deck. It's pretty good. Klefki, I feel like there are a lot of item cards that are not being respected in the meta right now, where like everybody is just freely playing Rocky Helmets. People are freely playing Capes. People are not playing Guzma whatsoever. Although it only takes it away from the active Pokemon, which is still okay. Klefki is pretty good. I like that deck. And just overall, I feel like that card is just gonna get better in the future. It's gonna be one of those cards that has multiple purposes. We do have the Indeedee Chingling variant of Mega Absol Hydreigon, which, overall, this deck is super strong, so I wouldn't really, I'm not that surprised the deck is doing well. It's ripping away from the meta. But hold, this deck seems kind of interesting. We have a Palkia Swanna build. Okay, so it appears that 96 matches of 96 matches are completed. So we're gonna move in to the next one. It's a much better experience for the players to host. Yeah. No, definitely, Revi. I agree. I'm playing while doing judges and keeping track of Discord. Yo, my guy HVK, shoutouts to you. Shoutouts to all the judges that we have. You guys are all the best. Alright, we're gonna end the round. Round 4 is up right now, and we're gonna take a quick peek on our standings. So right now, we have Suicune Greninja 3-0, Altaria 3-0, another Suicune Greninja 3-0. This Jolteon Eevee deck just popping off. So, we do have Greninjas up here, so he might be doing very well against those variants. We have Mega Altaria Indeedee undefeated. We have Decidueye undefeated. Magnezone undefeated, Blaziken undefeated, two Magnezone Oricorios back to back here, also back to back Decidueyes, also Absol Greninja, Greninja Altaria. So this is basically, the cutoff is right here for 3-0. So, you know, it's kind of like an average of Greninja, Suicune, Altarias, Decidueye, and Magnezones that are super popular, undefeated. Again, you know, it is gonna go top 32, so you never know what's gonna go on. Do not count any of these X1s, because one of these X1s could be the one winning this tournament as well. So, you know, you just never know. So what I'm gonna do right now is we're gonna move on and see if anybody is live right now streaming their match. Let's see if we got this guy popping off. Okay, so he's searching for his match. We're gonna get Krups here, so we could get a match. Okay, we got a match. I don't know what deck he's playing, but we're about to find out together, chat. We will find out together. He is going second, and it looks like we are seeing a Decidueye versus Altaria. Again, I'm gonna hide the hand because I definitely don't want to, you know, reveal anybody's hands or stream snipe. Alright, so he's starting off with the Swablu, and we have a Chingling start, which is kind of strong for him right now. Alright, so he has a Decidueye, a Rowlet in the back, and has the cape, so this is really clutch for him right now. So just having that energy is kind of big, because if he has access to getting into Decidueye, he can start popping off and has a free retreat. His opponent can use Pokeball or Red Card for hand disruption, but at the same time, this deck really doesn't require any of those cards, right? Because first of all, he has his Swablu's, he has access to Licia, you know, that could do devastating damage all across the board. So he's gonna give the energy where, though, it's gonna be very telling in this next turn, because okay, he gave it to the full health Altaria. That's kind of leaning towards he has access to Baby Altaria to start doing insane damage, but he top decks the second Rowlet, has the rare candy into Decidueye, which is gonna do 70 damage. Where is he gonna direct that? I'm pretty sure Swablu would be the right play, because you definitely do not want your opponent attacking. And yeah, nah, this ain't looking good for Krups, because he's gonna be able to, unless he evolves the Altaria, like, you're gonna lose the Altaria like really fast. And if you lose your Altarias, you're kind of screwed in this matchup. So it's very interesting here. That's the downside of having, you know, the babies and Oricorio. You can't really get that Oricorio to start attacking. But if it were up to me, and you know, you had an Altaria, you evolve into Altaria, put the energy on Swablu, use Pichu. Oh, he's not using Pichu, he's using Sing. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot that Sing is like super broken. Sing is one of the most broken abilities. If it pops off, and it ended up popping off for him, you know the opponent is like, right, he's definitely in that position. He's like, man, my Decidueye is asleep, I can't attack, he has one energy, he's about to come in with Mega Altaria and attack, right? If he did not get that flip, you know, he would be in a bad position. But you know, he has a million cards in hand, so he has time in order to turn this around. There's the Mantike. Copycat for 1? You're really looking for Mega Altaria. No way. Copycat for 1? Yeah, you were down bad. You were down bad. That's kind of crazy. And he's still asleep, so he has more time. He has more time in order to search. That is kind of insane. I'm not going to lie. But the simple fact is, this Decidueye is kind of dead right now. Is he going to top deck Mega Altaria? Could Mega Altaria be the game changer for this matchup for Leonel? It was kind of greedy. I think he should have just went for Sing. If he went for Sing and just ended his turn, he would have had more odds of drawing into Altaria, Mega Altaria. But right here, he ended up waking up, right? Oh no, he's still asleep. That's kind of crazy. We know Krups is like going crazy right now. Trust me, I would go crazy right now if my Decidueye was asleep for like a million turns. But his greed is kind of paying off because he's just drawing. Is he gonna be consistent with the sleep? Is RNG on his side? RNG is on his side and he is still asleep, but it really shouldn't matter because Decidueye EX is coming out. Actually, think about it. There is a Oricorio out here. So I don't think you would be you won't be that quick to play that card. Wow, he is sleep stalling. The sleep stall is real. What are we witnessing in this stream right now? It is this is the craziest RNG I've ever seen in my life. I'm not going to lie. Pichu's coming out. He's getting ready to sacrifice you know, the energy. Well, he's gonna sacrifice the point because he's kind of confident in the simple fact that he's not going to get. Wait, he put the energy on Swablu, so he's depending on regular Altaria at this point. So Professor's research is coming out. He does have access to May, and he has access to regular Decidueye, and he's just going to concede the match here, which respectable. I respect it. Let's see what else we have. HVK ended up losing his matchup, unfortunately. But he's judging. Okay, well we got the Jolteon. We got the Jolteon that's winning here. This Jolteon deck has been winning consistently. So let's see what he does. You gotta get that time. 2 seconds. Did he get it? Did he get it? He got it off. See, those moments where you have like a mini heart attack is like, am I gonna get that attack or not? Yeah, nah, it's not looking good for this Jolteon player because he's poisoned, right? There's a Nihilego in the back row. He's doing 80 damage, gonna rip the Cyrus out of the hand, and none of these EVs have access to Jolteon at the moment. Because Zach only has one card left in his hand. It's kind of common knowledge. His opponent already looked at his hand. It's EV bag that he has. Oh, he top decked. No way, chat. He top decked Jolteon to do 80 damage. 80 damage. Holy. That is insane. I was not expecting that. That was the one card that actually got him out of this. Oh my god. This is insane. That is insane. Wow. That was insane. If I witness anything crazy. That's gonna be in my top 10 for Pokemon TCG Pocket for sure. We have the homie CEO Snipes, who actually ended up winning his match. Shout out to him. Okay, we got another match. Please don't be the blue stack. It is the blue stack. Oh no, he ended up winning anyway. So he got a win. Jax still playing? Jax is waiting for the next round. But that was the most insane comeback I have ever witnessed. Okay, people are just wrapping up their matches right now, which is great. I like that. The tournament is advancing. Okay, we got a match here. We have a match here, which is Mega Absol versus Suicune Greninja. Fredward has 2 points. His opponent has 2 points as well. Both have Indeedis on the board, so you can start heal maxing over here, which is pretty good. Not gonna lie. That Jolteon is definitely like very underrated. Get some lighting in here. I feel like I'm in a cave or some shit. Okay, 80 damage comes on into the Absol, which, to be fair, I don't think he can really stay here. I mean, he could stay here with the Absol, but the problem is, right, even if he heals with the Indeedee, it's not looking good for him because you got Greninja that does 20, and he could just drop one Pokemon from his hand to get the extra 20 damage to get the free kill. But he has Mega Absol in the back with 2 energy ready to attack as well. So it really comes down, even if he Cyruses here, right? I don't think he's in a very favorable position. He has a Froakie in hand, which is going to be a little too late, and rips the Cyrus out of the hand, which is going to be devastating. With no cards left in your deck, it's not looking that great. I think he's going to have to depend on going into Greninja and swinging for 100. Nah, there really isn't anything you could do because Rocky Helmet was just putting that Greninja closer to like, what do you call it, kill damage, lethal, which you definitely never ever want to be in that situation. But let's check on pairings right now. We have 87 matches completed out of 91. Let me double check. HVK. Hold on, chat. If we refresh everything, let's just double check what's actually popping off. So what is popping off right now? It is 4-0 right here. We have the Mega Altaria with the Clefty, which is really strong right now. Let me close all these tabs. I have like a million tabs. You know, chat, what I'm still in shock of? I'm still in shock of that Jolteon just popping off, top decking that, you know, Jolteon does 80 damage when it's evolved. Like, deck has been insane overall. Let's go into this. We have another Greninja deck. So right now, what seems to be dominant right now is the Suicune Indeedis, and then we have a bunch of Altaria variants that are popping off, including Greninja Altaria. Just overall, Greninja is like GOAT of the format, which that is the real problem card. What do you guys, chat, what do you guys think about like Greninja like being this dominant ever since it came out? You could splash it everywhere. I'm gonna have to, if I have to give props to somebody, I have to give props to this guy right here. This guy right here is doing outperforming with Jolteon, and it's just showing off. And Red is actually really, really dominant right now. Granted, this isn't the guy that we saw pull off the Jolteon attack, but like because the other one was playing bag. Let me see if I could find that exact Jolteon build. Was it this guy? Yeah, it was this guy right here. This guy's list that ended up playing the Eevee bags, but it looks like not playing Eevee bags has been a little bit more consistent because, like, you know, although Eevee bag is pretty good, I don't think it's that necessary once you're playing Jolteon. That top deck saved me. Yeah, Zachor. We saw that on the YouTube side of things. Everybody was going crazy. The tournament is a lot smoother than the last one. Even though we had like 90 more players this time. Yeah, nah, I kind of do like that everything is going smooth with this tournament. 91 of 91 matches are completed, and we will end this round and go into round number 5. Good luck to everybody. We will be looking at the standings right now. The standing right now, this Heatmore and Blaziken deck is top right now. This is the highest seed right now. It has been performing really well apparently. So this one ended up taking out Mega Absol, Hydreigon, Decidueye, Jolteon, Magnezone, and is currently battling Greninja Absol EX, which is going to be an interesting matchup going on. Greninja and Magnezone are the best and the worst things to come from A1. Most versatile, yes. Abused, for sure. Yo, the simple fact that Magnezone is just going to go through the roof with the next set because we get Clement. Clement's just going to make everything so much more better. So we have 12 people that are 4 undefeated. 12 undefeated, round number 5. That's just gonna get cut in half, so guys, get ready for this. Get ready, it's gonna be insane. Wait till that Clement, yeah, Clement's gonna make that deck insane. I just can't wait. Serena is gonna make turn 2 Blaziken like be a realistic thing. Turn 2 Blaziken is insane. Turn 2 Altaria consistent is insane. Because you have Licia, you have Serena. That's just gonna be so crazy. May's gonna probably see play for the decks that can't play Licia. So it took me the first 2 rounds to find out how this worked. Yo, Snipes, it's kind of crazy. Yo, Snipes, I've seen your last stream, your last match. GG's. All right, hold up. Let me go into the next matchups. We definitely want to start spectating some matches here. So let's see who's popping off right now. Actually, we'll spectate here. Okay, here's an interesting match. I kind of want to see what this guy is cooking. So he's facing Decidueye, right? Decidueye versus Altaria Absol, Mega Absol, right? Wait a minute. This guy kind of just popped off with Altaria turn 2, because you had access to the Magby. He kind of just won the game. That is insane. He's playing dual energy, dark and psychic Altaria with 1 Mega Absol and Magby, Mantike, and Pichu. That is insane. That is insane. Let's see if we could see what's going on with... Okay, Snipes looks like he's still looking for his next matchup. Bounty Hunter. He just finished the match? Or that's probably... No, that was his last match. Okay, we have another matchup here. We got Altaria versus Rowlett. So, mind you, Exorcist is doing well in the tournament right now. He got 10th place in on our first tournament, and we're getting a high level of Decidueye and Altaria. He starts things off with Licia to get the Swablues. See, the thing what I like about Licia, right? You're kind of guaranteed your Swablues. Even if you have one Chingling, you're guaranteed at least one, right? Because, like, you know, the odds of you not starting with one of your 4, you know, 50 HP and under is kind of like statistically not really consistent to happen. You know what I'm saying? I hope that made sense. But anyways, this is kind of crazy. Setting up for the copycat play. Doesn't seem he had access to the correct Decidueye he wanted. Has the Leaf Cape. Now where is he gonna swing? I think you're gonna have to go for the Swablu, right? Ooh. There's a Altaria on the hand. We saw the draw, right? Saw the draw. We saw an Altaria. He professors research. We're gonna see another Swablu. This is very interesting. Chingling did shut off Rare Candy, but he ended up getting the Dartrix he needed to start, you know, going a little bit aggro. This really matters if he has the Decidueye or not right now. And he ends up getting the Decidueye that can attack anything on the board. So this is actually pretty devastating for him, for Exorcist, because he could get hit, the 50 HP one could get sniped. I think that's what he's gonna go for. Oh, Magnezone won Pocket Match? That's insane. Congrats to that Magnezone player. Rocky Helmet. Nice little top deck. He really actually needs the Mega Altaria. And he gets Mega Altaria top deck. That's kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. He also has access to Rocky Helmet, which is going to put that Decidueye in a rough position. If he did not have access to that Leaf Cape, it would have been over for Latox, but then again, is he going to commit anything to the board? He's not going to commit anything to the board, because if he did that, right, the Chingling would have gave him a free point, and if he dropped like another, you know, Jirachi or anything like that, you know, that could also get him another point. So he doesn't want to be put in a bad position, and he doesn't have a healing or another Pokemon to play on the board. So unfortunately, he's gonna concede. And let's go into the next match. We have Jax here. He just ended up losing. Our next matchup, seems like Snipes is still waiting. Hold up, I really don't feel like fixing the screen right now for that. So we're gonna go into this matchup where we're spectating Jolteon EX versus Suicune Greninja EX, which this guy right here has a what do you call it, Greninja EX ready to go. But is he gonna go? He has 6 seconds. He has to attack or he's done. 2, 1. No, the timer. The timer actually put him in a bad position here. Yeah, the timer actually really put him in a position. The Jolteon player is gonna capitalize off this. You have to capitalize off this one play. The Greninja player has 0 points, which is kind of crazy. Again, I know you're in a stressful position, right? But you have to play a little bit faster, or if not, you're gonna get punished by the timer, and that's the last thing you want. You do not want to get punished by the timer. The timer is it's more devastating than your opponent. But wait, he's leading out with Jolteon, the one that can attack for 80. Which is basically hitting for 100, right? Oh no, he attacks for 60, my bad. 60. Insane. Got Mars to 1, but in this situation, I don't think it really matters. He did end up wasting the what do you call it? The supporter, but he's still in a very good position here, right? He has 3 cards left in his deck. He could definitely get the free knockout on the Jolteon, which puts him at 1 point. So having the 1 point, all he has to do is basically Cyrus in the Jolteon. Wait a minute, he's leading out with this Jolteon. Is it because he has access to Cyrus? Does he have it? Chat? It's kind of crazy. He let out with the one that has 40 HP damage. I mean, left. It could be telling right here. He's stinking. Oh, he's going in for the copycat. Gets him 3 cards, right? But is it going to be enough to get him to win here? I already know what's going to happen, chat. Basically, the Greninja player has Cyrus in hand. So no matter what he does, it's kind of over. It's GG's. Greninja ended up taking this match. RIP to the homie. The Jolteon that kinda just died out of nowhere. But then again, I think he was undefeated, not sure. But next up, we have Mega Altaria versus Oricorio, double Oricorio. So it could be potentially a Magnezone deck or something like that. Not sure which variant we're looking at. So we're gonna see extra damage on the Altaria, which you definitely need that poking, especially that you're seeing what do you call it, Greninja on the board. Wait a minute, he was ready to top deck that it was his last card, so he kind of knew that was coming through, and double Greninja is going to clutch this out for Woozy. That's kind of insane, in my opinion. Clutching him the game, moving into the next round. So we got 73 matches out of 84 matches completed right now. Just want to make sure there's no other matches going on. We do have another match going on. Mind you, I'm going to have to fix the screen. No, we don't. Okay. That match is not going on. How about Zach? Is Zach playing? HVK. HVK not there. So it looks like the people streaming right now are all done. So let's check into our desktop and see what's going on with the pairings. So we currently, again, like mentioned, we have 78 matches right now out of 84 completed. Our undefeateds are all facing off. So, yo, Elite Dark is popping off the Blaziken. I'm pretty sure this Blaziken deck right now is undefeated, and you know, having the mix of one rocky helmet and one giant cape seems to be like a lot better than having double rocky helmet, because like in the last tournament, most of the top 8, which had 4 Blaziken, had this similar combo that we have. So I personally still like double rocky helmet, but that's just me, you know what I'm saying? Next up, we have the Key. He's still doing pretty good in this tournament, which is really good, in my opinion. We have this Greninja player. This Greninja player is popping off in DD Suicune. You know, you gotta put some respect on that Greninja EX, because Greninja EX is just overall like the best. But like, let's take what he's really talking about. Greninja and Mega Altaria popping off. Like, the deck overall is just pretty strong. Yes, you have potential to brick, but at the same time, you know, Greninja's like having that extra 20 damage, having, you know, an Altaria basically do like 150 damage in one turn is kind of devastating, and with 190 HP is pretty good. Yo, this guy Woozy played 3 back-to-back Magnazones. Back-to-back Magnazones. What is his Oricorio answer? Alright, hold on. I gotta do a quick pause, because everybody says this deck loses to Oricorio. Everybody has been saying this deck loses to Oricorio. But, you know, the fact that you have Greninja, you have Chingling that can put damage on Oricorio, let's not forget about Cyrus. You know, you could definitely have Cyrus pull out the Magnetons or whatever, Magnemites, and then just, you know, go for game that way. If you want to know how to deal with Oricorio, that's basically how you deal with it. This guy, I'm not gonna lie, this guy's the GOAT. This guy's the GOAT if he played against 3 Magnazone Oricorios in one. 3 of them. Ellie is a great player. She did good in Lagoon Season 1. Hey, fire. Shoutouts to Ellie and Woozy. Good popping off. It's like regionals got to stay conditioned for high-level pocket gameplay too. Stressful as it could be, gotta keep your clear mind. Yeah, nah, 1000%. I do agree with you, Revi. One thing too, like coming from like playing on the ladder too in high-level Master Ball could really put you in that mindset as well too for playing against the timer. So that's another way you could practice that without getting destroyed. Zach actually did pretty good with his Jolteon. So yeah, that's actually one way to practice that too. Again, like going into events like this as well is good practice as well. And if you ever played other, you know, card games or participated in other tournaments like that as well, that would give you that good practice as well. This Jolteon deck is popping off. All he really lost to is Blaziken. Obviously you're gonna have the best matchup against Suicune Greninja, and you know, he did beat a Mega Absol Darkrai deck and Decidueye, which, let's take a quick look. This Nihilego was actually popping off. I want to see how he's doing. He's actually X2 right now. He only lost Jolteon and a Decidueye player, but you know, the Nihilego and Poison is actually pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so we are waiting on one match, and then we're gonna get into round 6. Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes left in the round. 84. It's 84 tables, by the way. So, yeah, 84 tables. If we look at the standings right here, I kind of want to see if this Dusknoir player didn't, because he was actually popping off. he just ended up losing to Indeedee. Altaria. Altaria is super strong, not going to lie. Let's see. The Entei is actually not that bad. You know, for as much as people love Heatmore, this Blaziken build is actually doing well, surprisingly. Being like 3-1 is not that bad. But did you win your last match? He is 4-1 right now, so... And you're playing against like the best meta decks right now. You have Greninja, Altaria variant, and also the Absol, so, you know, maybe Entei, people were giving up on Entei because they saw Heatmore attacking the back row and, you know, Cyrus putting in work, but at the same time, Entei is pretty good to getting you, you know, where you need to be as fast as possible. So we got 83 matches completed still. Let's keep looking. This deck is also 3-1 right now, right? Oh, he just ended up losing, so he's 3-2 right now, but it's a variant of Ninja Lego and Mega Absol. And you're playing Nat though, which is actually interesting. So we're seeing, you know, variants of Poison start to become a little bit more popular. So, yeah, nah. Let's go back. And that is time in the round right now. Time in the round. So we're gonna pair the next round. I played TCG in person 10 plus years, Magic since 2007, along with several other TCGs I tried. So for sure, experience is key. Yeah, nah, for sure. I've been in that. I played Yu-Gi-Oh competitive, so that's where I get all my card game fundamentals. Oh wait, current round is not finalized yet. Hold up. I'm just checking if we're ready to move into the next round. So bear with me 1 second. Yo, give me 1 sec. It's kind of crazy because running this tournament right now, it's only me, HVK, judging right now. So we're just trying to start off the next round. Alright, round 6 is up. Round 6 is up. I just want to make sure everybody knows. Alright, let's refresh this if we refresh. Oh, Elizabeth, tomorrow we have the podcast popping off tomorrow. For sure, it's going to be there tomorrow. So, 5-0 right now. We have Ellie, Brian, Nakopool, Woozy, Ark. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry. And Fedit. So basically our undefeateds are basically 6 players. We have Altaria, Greninja, Altaria, Suicune, a Hydreigon, and a Blaziken deck. So those are our undefeateds, and let's see if we could get some of them on the stream. Oh yeah, sure. The podcast is fire. I'm glad you guys are excited for that. Hopefully, it's like one of those things we could, you know, just have consistently going on. So right now, who are we streaming? Let's get some new players on the stream. Alright, so here we go. We got Hamza versus Jax. We got a Blaziken, Mega Blaziken versus Orizone. Yeah, it looks like Orizone right here. So starting off with, was that Mars? Oh no, he copycatted here. Definitely needed access to the Torchic in order to start popping off. And you know what's kind of crazy? He does have access to Rocky Helmet, which is gonna make it a little bit more devastating for Oricorio to attack. But then again, you don't want to place your Magnezone or Magnemite on the board yet, because if you do, it's just gonna be free energy. I mean, free 30 damage, but we'll see what happens here. So he's just thinking to set up the Torchic, which I think it's a no-brainer at this point, right? You just gotta do that, end your turn. Hamza has to start placing Pokemon on the bench. Yep. This is in order to take less damage, which is kind of smart on his end. But then again, Oricorio's definitely gonna take 40 damage, guaranteed here. So we'll see what happens. And he drops a second Oricorio, which is gonna be a little devastating for the Blaziken player, Jax. Sure, Mega Blaziken could deal 20 damage to like Oricorio, but at the same time, I just feel like that's not enough. And he draws into Combustion, which Combustion is kind of game changing if you think about it. It does not respect Oricorio whatsoever. It does not respect the Ori, which he could actually start popping off. Alright, so he drops the Magneton. Magneton going for the Volt Charge. Now, he's still in a tricky position, right? Is he gonna bet that there's not... Oh, he's copycatting. Now he's definitely gonna have access. He's definitely gonna have access to Magnezone here, which is kind of unfortunate for him, but this is kind of crazy. Wait, he's dropping capes left and right. Not fearing Guzma whatsoever, because Guzma's not a real thing in this metagame, like I mentioned earlier. So right now, Jax has to decide. Is he gonna bet on no Magnezone, right? Or do you go into the Mega Blaziken? Let's see what happens here. Jax has 6 cards in hand, just for reference, right? Chat, what would you do in this situation? Would you go a little more aggressive on the Oricorio? Because, like, regardless, you'll be in a bad spot, even if he has the Magnezone. Even if he doesn't have Magnezone, because he could just stall out with the second Oricorio, swing for 50, and then Magneton can come in and attack for 60 as well. Which puts you at 110 damage. Let's see what happens. Because yes, Mega Blaziken has a lot of HP. The problem here is you can't really do anything with the Oricorio. Alright, time's gonna tell. Does he have it or not? Does he have it or not? Okay, that's kind of telling. You don't have the Magnezone, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter because you get free 50 damage. And Magneton could just keep spamming that what do you call it? that energy, that ramping energy ability. What Jax needs is a miracle right now. Because he's only doing 50 damage. He gets access to heat more here. He has access to heat more. Now what is he gonna do? I kind of see a line where he could kind of win the game, but let's see if Jack sees it. Yeah, it's kind of getting a little blurry. I don't know why. Again, I'm not the one streaming it. You went 3-0 to go 3-3. I'm sorry. That's how it goes, HVK. Sometimes that's how it goes. Let me see if I could come back into this. Because something was going on with the share. Guzma is out. That's kind of crazy. Hamza is playing Guzma, the one card that people, you know, did not expect to see. Red card is coming. This is devastating. He lost both of his Cyruses, which he ended up getting one of. He did get one of them. Which, this is big for Hamza. I mean, this is big for Jax. Now, Jax has a very crazy decision to make. Does he attack the other Magnemite so he can win the game? Or does he go after the Magneton right now? Does he go after the Magneton? He has an energy that he can use right now. Alright, he's pulling out the Magneton. Because you do not want to see Magnezone hit the field. You see Magnezone on the field, it's over. It's over if that's the case, you know? And Magneton is out of here. We are playing top 32, so a few X2s are going to make it. He has access to the second one. He has access to the second Magnezone. I mean Magneton. 7 rounds. I believe it's 7 rounds. Correct me if I'm wrong, HVK. Chat. He has access to the second Torchic, which is actually pretty good. So he can start doing damage to Oricorio if that's the case. But as you guys probably saw on the stream, he did get into Rare Candy. He did get into the Rare Candy Blaziken. So his real lose condition here is him having Cyrus. He has to have Cyrus and a Magnezone back to back in order to win. Does he have it? Ooh, that's actually kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying for Jax, because now he has more time to relax with the Magnezone in the back. He did waste both of his what do you call it, apes already, so right now it's really coming down to the wire. It's really down to the wire. They both have 2 points, and he has access to the second Mega Blaziken. So it's just really coming down to time. So now, what's really gonna matter if he stays burned? Is he gonna stay burned? He stays burnt indeed. So Hamza does not stay burned. He heals. I'm sorry. He healed, so Magnezone definitely has to come out. And here is the top deck Cyrus to win the game for exactly 150 10 damage. Alright, so we have the Dusknoir Mega Capsule popping off right now. Versus Chocolate is playing Altaria. So here's the crazy part, right? Fredward has 1 point, right? And Chocolate has 1 point as well. And Mega Absol here has 40 HP. So he could have went into going into Jirachi wouldn't have been the best play. I think this is the best play for him. Altaria doing the max damage. How much damage did he do? I'm kidding. Anyways. So he has healing, which is actually pretty good for him at the moment. So let's see what he does here. I'm not sure if this plays double Cyrus. If this thing had double Cyrus, that would be kind of diabolical. I'm not gonna lie. But having Mega Absol with 110 HP is kind of scary. If he swings, it's over. Yeah, it's kind of over. He kind of accepted it. 80 damage. Thank you, Revi. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, he's gonna swap into Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria is just gonna take the game. Not even that. He's just gonna Cyrus in the Absol to finish the game. Either way. GG. Let's check Zach. Zach was playing Jolteon. Oh, his match is over. Let's see who else is playing. Okay, we have Snipes, CEO Snipes. Oh, his matchup is over as well. Matches are going so much quicker. I'll give you guys credit for that. You guys are moving quick. Actually, 70 matches out of 75 are completed. We have one more round until Top Cut. So let's go into here real quick. Refresh. So right now, Brian's up here with Hydreigon, Chingling. This is like the first variant of Mega Absol we have been seeing. So I categorize this deck, if it is not broken, why fix it, you know? If it ain't broke, don't fix. I played way too many local Pokemon TCG tournaments. I keep track of math nowadays on everything. Sorry, it's a habit. No, that's good. That's actually good to have. Nah, facts. Especially how like damage stacks in that game too. It's always important. So Ellie, what did Ellie play against? Greninja. Greninja is actually the worst matchup. I mean, Blaziken is the best matchup against Suicune, believe it or not. Just dealing 140 damage is so free. And we just ended up seeing this match, which Chocolate had a game 1 loss, and then ended up just going crazy with this Mega Altaria deck right here. So it's pretty nice. Let's see, got Azu over here popping off with his version of Mega Altaria Chingling. To be fair, this is the deck I kind of used to get to Master Ball when the first day of rank. This deck is super strong. We got Yaz here with Darkrai and Greninja. I'm gonna make a quick announcement on my Discord. Give me 1 second. Also, anybody that is playing and is in top 32. Make sure to stream your match. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to make sure everything's all set. All right. Last round before top cut. Make sure to stream your match. Make sure to stream your match if you make a top cut. Okay, so we're gonna get ready into the next round. Round 7 is up and live. Okay, so with that being said, here are the pairings for, well, here are the tops, the standings for round number 7. So round 7, we have undefeated Blaziken, undefeated Hydreigon Absol, undefeated Greninja Suicune. Let's see who remains undefeated after round 7. And then, you know, we have a bunch of X1s, which is pretty good. A lot of good decks is what I'm saying. And again, this Jolteon deck is showing its strength in this tournament, which I'm kind of happy that it is showing popping up. So now let's get into these matches. Okay, we have a match just starting right now. We have Zac Wars, which is Jolteon versus Mega Altaria. Well, Altaria and Darkrai. I mean, Mega Apps. I'm sorry, I'm just like throwing out names. Turn 1 Jolteon is kind of devastating because you're going to be able to get that free 20 damage just out there, and it's very, very good for Zac. So he's actually popping off right now. This is definitely the most optimal start you want to have with this deck right now. So top decking into Altaria, Swablu. Let's see what ends up happening here because, like, you're in a strange position right now. Because whatever you give energy to is gonna take a quick damage. Ties are 1 point, by the way. I'm just getting people asking. So both of his Altaria, Blues definitely took Alright. Gutsy Bubble is judging as well. We have Gutsy Bubble and HVK judging right now. I'm sorry. For some reason, I didn't see you. Alright. I'm handling, like, a little bit of judge calls and streaming at the same time. So we're a three-man team. It's kind of crazy with 200 people playing, but we're out here. Mega Darkrai from ZA is a nightmare. Yeah, nah. I don't know what happened with that. That design is awful. I'm not gonna lie. That design is kind of awful, and I kind of looked away from the screen, and then Jolteon ended up just being at 30 HP for whatever reason. Alright, so it does look like he's going to use that Jolteon to attack for a quick, well, why would you play that Jolteon? I'm kind of curious at this point. I would have kept the Eevee. Oh, he wanted to copycat. Okay. I respect the copycat. Hold on, I'm like covering a call right now, so give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, we're just making sure everything is good for our top cut. Because, like, there's a question about ties right now, which is basically how many points they're worth and everything like that. So, ties should be 1 point. You know, a win is 3 points, and a loss is 0 points. Alright, so the Jolteon EX did get knocked out. Even having access to Cyrus to pull out the other, what do you call it, Altaria? I mean, he would need to have the other Jolteon, Cyrus, in order to win this game. Oh, this is insane. Alright, so just so there's no confusion, anybody watching. So, if you're like 5-1-1, so you could tie if you're 5-1-1. It's better than going, you know, 5-2-0, right? 5-2. It's still a top 32 top cut. So I'm just like making sure everybody is in accordance to that, because there was just a little miscalculation on that, but everything should all fix and all set now. So this guy ended up getting his Jolteon out here. This guy really needs Cyrus in order to like win this matchup, but don't know if he's gonna have access to that, because yeah, nah, it's not looking good for your boy Zach. So I'll give props to SA. SA is popping off with his deck. And then he gives out the concede. Let's check out Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter, hopefully he's still playing a match. Nope. Okay, looks like a lot of the matches are finishing up. We got 60 matches out of... I hope he's playing. No, not yet. Alright, we're about to move into top 32 anyways. Because we have 6 matches that we're waiting for. So right now, undefeated is this Blaziken deck. Out of all 7 rounds, Swiss, this build ended up... Oh, you guys can't see. This deck right here, 7 rounds, ended up going undefeated during Swiss. Oh, Woozy, basically, we ended up moving it to 7 rounds in top 32. So our first tournament was 4 matches, 6 rounds in 12. The reason being, as more people joined, we had 213 people join. So it made more sense to have an additional round. We had this deck right here. This version of Infinity also go undefeated for 7 rounds as well. So Chocolate and Nak are fighting it out. This deck, Klefki is X1 right now, ended up winning his match. Let's see what's going on here. The win rates are looking a little bit crazy. Blaziken has 69, Hydreigon has 65%, 56%. Suicune, but this guy's Suicune over here, Nako has a 65%, which is kind of crazy. What is his build? Oh, he's playing the Frogadier. Having Frogadier to bridge that gap with Greninja is actually very, very good for the deck. So basically, you guys are looking at the statistics here first and live. It is popping off. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure everything is running smoothly. Okay. Alright, so we have 66 completed. Give me 1 second. Yo, I appreciate you, Revi. Appreciate you, man. We're definitely, this is my second round, my second time, like, running a tournament. So we're still picking up the habits. You guys are probably pros at it. But, definitely, thank you. I appreciate y'all. Alright, so now we're finally going to move on to the next phase of the tournament, which is top 32. So let's it's gonna be single elimination top 32. Congratulations to everybody that made it. Top 32, it is up right now. Let's see who made top cut. Top cut, we got the Blaziken deck versus, what is he playing? Altaria. We have Greninja versus Darkrai Mega Absol. We got Decidueye versus Hydreigon. We got a lot of good matchups going on here. So the next round, let's get that started. Hopefully we could get a match. Everyone, top 32 is live. And this round is going to be the best 2 out of 3, so be on the lookout for that. Alright, so we're gonna try to spectate, see if there's a match. Okay, right now our players are trying to match up with each other. Once we have a matchup, we will get started. Okay, we got a matchup. Yo, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody that came through and supported the tournament and everything. All are the MVPs of the channel. Alright, so we got the double Suicune. We got Gab versus... Let me see if I could get better quality here. I want to get better quality gameplay. Okay. Top 32, we got a mirror match. Let me see if I can pull up the deck on the other. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just... Nah. Because the screen's going to disappear, and I want you guys to see this full gameplay. Just make sure there's no issues being reported here. So, Suicune versus Suicune. Actually, the definition of a mirror match right here, right? We got double Froakie, we got double Greninja EX on the board, and double Cape. So basically, even the hands are kind of looking the same, like size-wise. Now, in this matchup, it really comes down to who's gonna have the rare candy, who's going to have access to the Greninja first, right? That's basically where it really comes down. So, and it looks like Gab has access to rare candy, to the water energy, so he's gonna get the first attack off. So, not playing another Pokemon right now is kind of smart, because you do not want to take a lot of damage. And here's the copycat, which is gonna be a little devastating, because that's a lot of cards that you just got. And you have access to double Froakie on the board, which is kind of crazy in my opinion. Here comes a rare candy. Rare candy is gonna make things a lot more difficult on Con. Here comes Greninja. Now I'm trying to see if he's gonna go a little more aggro on the Froakie and then just swing off Suicune, or is he gonna make it his like sole priority to get rid of the Suicune that's in front of him that's caped? And it looks like that's what he's gonna go for. $80 damage and a crazy hand. But wait a minute, he does have access to do 120 damage by filling up his own board, but at the same time, I don't think that's something you really want to go for at this point, because he's in a very tricky spot. Yeah, at this point, he's trying to figure out if he wants to drop the Froakie in order to, you know, pop off. But there's a Frogadier. He did draw a Frogadier. I feel like at this point, you could have dropped the Froakie because you are losing that Suicune no matter what. Let's see which Greninja he opts for. He goes for Greninja EX, which he could put the water energy there and set that up to attack for 100 himself, right? Is the Cyrus coming out anytime soon? Nah. I don't think there is a need for Cyrus at that point, at this point of the stage. Yo, thank you so much, Mr. Flo, GDM, what's up, what's up? Supreme, welcome in, welcome in. So game 1 is looking like it's going to be a strong start off for Greninja. I mean for the homie Gab. Yo, Revi Quinn, thank you so much for the $4 donation. I appreciate you. Or the super chat. You're the best. Shout outs. appreciate it. This game is popping off. It's insane. I don't think there's a way not to go crazy on this, but you know, it is what it is. That's why at least you have the best 2 out of 3 here, right? You could definitely have time to come back and just, you know, just turn the tides afterward. So we do have other games going on right now. I just want to make sure. Am I doing the Poke Cup tournament on December 20th? Which is there a tournament that I haven't? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what the Poke Cup is. Thought I'd leave a super chat from my gaming account. I have 10 points. Yo, I appreciate you. You and your multiple accounts. I didn't even know you could rack points like that. We're heading into game 2, by the way. Yo, HVK with the donation as well. I appreciate you for the €4 as well. Yo, y'all are the best. Y'all are the goats. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Appreciate y'all. Are my alerts not on? Pretty sure I have alerts for these. But nah, you guys are the best. Starting off again, double Suicune, that's definitely what you want to do. But then again, you always want to be the first one starting off with Suicune EX. And going second, right? Going second is going to give you that advantage, water priority per se, in order to attack. But then again, you know, he did have access to Froakie. No, he doesn't have access to Froakie, which is kind of unfortunate. Gab has access to Froakie, which is amazing. Here we are, popping off with the Pokeball. Let's see if he gets the Pokemon he needs. There is the Froakie. He's going to go for the Mars, which hand disruption is really important in this matchup because you do not want that Froakie evolving into Greninja and start poking, you know, everything on the board. Because if that ends up happening, you're kind of screwed. But, you know, having the energy on Froakie, just using your Suicune as a draw engine at this point is very, very important to have. And that Mars actually gave him the rare candy and ninja setup that he needed. But this is very, very interesting because there's not that many Pokemon on the board right now. And I'm just going to say it because it doesn't matter. There is rare candy and Greninja EX coming out next turn. And he could just use the ability, swap into Froakie, and start doing 100 damage, which puts Gab in a very, very bad situation. Like I said, it ain't over. The best 2 out of 3, you could always pop off. You could always see something crazy. Poke Cup winner gets $500, a trophy. I can send you the link on Discord. Yes, Supreme, do me a favor. Send me that. I'll probably participate in that if that's the case. $500? Might as well. The trophy could stay. I'll take the 500 though. But the $500 is kind of insane. Hopefully we could get to a level where we could offer out like a crazy prize like that. I love how the whole Pocket community has its grassroots art, and it's amazing how like everybody in the community is pretty cool with each other and all that. That's one thing that I like about the community. But then again, there's kind of like a crazy board state going on here, where this Greninja, I mean the Suicune in the back is gonna put some devastating damage, which he could set up. He could set up the Suicune in the back for the attack, or he could go for the regular Greninja. But Irida comes out, which is kind of good for the Suicune in the back row, right? There's already a huge monster presence And he's going after Greninja for some reason. So here's the 2 points. So yeah, the reason he pinged the other Greninja is because he has Indeedee. If you ping the Suicune in the front row, he's just gonna heal, and that would be a waste. So he has 100 on the board right now, which is going to clear the Greninja EX. So he really needs. Honestly, Cyrus would probably get Khan to win, but at the same time, it's kind of tough. It's looking tough. Oh yeah. That's my Discord, by the way, Supreme. Oh, he's going after the Froakie, and we got a 1-1 situation right here. Because the top deck Cyrus ended up getting him where he needed to be. Was he a little bit greedy dropping the Froakie? Who knows? But at the same time, he gave him the edge that he actually needed. And we are going to head into game number 3. Game number 3 is insane. Again, let me just check real quick before what's going on with the matches. We have 3 rounds out of 16 matches completed, and one of them is heading into game number 3. Yo, what's going on, Connor? Welcome into the chat. Alright. Double Froakie lead into Suicune. This is going to be an interesting match. Could Gab go pop off with the Suicune start? Although he is going first, he does have the Suicune where he could actually start, utilizing his draw engine. And he already drew a lot with that Professor's Research, thinned out his deck with Pokeball. So the odds of him finding a Greninja is going to be good because he's going to, draw an extra card with Suicune in the front. So depending on how he distributes his energy next turn would be telling on how it's going for him. But we see Nuts having his, Suicune top deck, which we don't know how this is going to play out. We have Froakie here, taking the energy, and he's just going for the swing. Yo, thank you for the follow or sub. I appreciate you. Ethan, welcome into the stream. For deck building, Connor, I got you with all that afterwards, after we're done commentating. Jimbo, what's going on? We are in top 32 right now. This is game 3. This is looking kind of crazy. He has a setup for Greninja EX, which is kind of devastating. But this is a mirror match, and Not is going to go off. Let's see how he decides to play this turn, because it's really, really tough. You're in game 3, and you can't afford to make any mistake whatsoever. Yeah, I got you, Connor. Anytime. But not right now. So he's going for the regular Greninja. And he's going to start pinging the back row. Now, who is he going to go after? He's going after Indeedee. And he's going to Cyrus out the Indeedee. And then he's just going to end his turn and draw. So right now, he really needs to get access to another rare candy. And honestly, get that Froakie set up. Because he definitely needs that. This kind of slows down Gab because like Greninja's ability only works for a water Pokemon, and not having the water in the front is kind of crazy. Oh, no, it's Eriko. My name is Eriko on Discord. Alright, so he ends up getting it Indeedee, which is actually pretty clutch because now he's in a position where, like, this Suicune could take damage no matter what. It's fine. But where do you want to, ping? Because, like, Indeedee's definitely going to be in, Indeedee's going to have to heal itself before it leaves the field, right? So even if he doesn't get the rare candy, Not is in a good position here because just like his board state, the Suicune is not going to get knocked out. You don't want to play another Pokemon on the board because if you play another Pokemon on the board, yeah, this Suicune's going to be at 40 HP, but it's still going to do, 140 damage? Yeah, 140 damage if he plays another Pokemon on the board, which is it would be kind of bad on his end. But if he has like a Froakie, yeah, the Froakie is really important in this match. Alright, now he has 140 on the board. Let's see how he distributes this damage output because, again, it's very important how it plays off. Tops gets the rare candy and research, which is very important. We got his own Greninja EX coming out here. Now, popping up energy. You're definitely going to have to get rid of the threat, right? The threat being Greninja EX. Yeah, definitely. Ooh, that was a good, top deck from Suicune. Suicune is popping off. He has his own Greninja in the back, so now he can start doing 120 damage on the board. But then again, he does have access to heal his board with Indeedee. But let's see what he has, because if he hits the Indeedee, then you could tell he has like Cyrus. Yeah. That's kind of telling, like, oh, I have like advertising. I have Cyrus in my hand to win the game, you know. And then at this point, you really can't do much about that because Suicune is going to come in stacked. And there is the Mars with the hand disruption, which I don't even know if it's really that much of a disruption because you have access to Giant Cape. Giant Cape could be the difference of you living another round or not. So let's see how this plays off. Because, again, this Cyrus is going to be very, very game-changing. But he has access to Mars, hovering it, going into one card, potentially taking away the Cyrus that he needed to win the game. We're going to go for the ping on the Ninja. Now, is he going to play the cape anywhere? That is going to be the most important thing. We're going to go on the Indeedee so Indeedee doesn't get knocked out. And that's his first point. First 2 points. So, Nas needs to draw Cyrus, right? Gab just has to... I don't even think Cyrus would be useful at this point for Gab. Gab has to, stay strong and consistent on the Ninja at hand right now. But the Copycat is coming through. He's going to have more options for the follow-up turn because he's going to have access to 2 more cards, his regular draw and Suicune. So next turn, depending on how he sees this, he could just, He could Cyrus in the Greninja and win the game. The Greninja in the back. See it. Gets the Pokeball. Does he have... He does have Suicune at hand, so he could definitely do 120 damage. But... Oh no, I'm sorry. He doesn't have Suicune himself. But... Let's see how Gab decides to play this out. Definitely going for the heal. Yeah, this is insane. Greninja's definitely gonna live another turn. He has Cyrus in hand. He has his whole deck in his hand. If the Cyrus, yeah, Cyrus into basically ping the Greninja is definitely 100 damage right on the dot. Jeez. Alright, let's see if we could get into another top 32 match. Okay, we got Chocolate. No, he's still waiting. Arima. Let's see if they're playing. Okay, so here we have a matchup of Greninja versus Absol in top 32 as well. So this matchup right here is popping off. Let me just mute the songs. Yeah, the mirror is definitely one of the toughest, like, overall. Okay. Let me, sorry, just give me 1 second, chat. I'm trying to make sure everything... Okay. Ethan, if you're still watching, we're basically streaming a tournament, and we are in top 32 streaming everybody's matchup. So yeah, we are kind of popping off right now in top 32. I just want to make sure. So it looks like the Suicune Greninja ended up taking the win, which overwhelmingly is pretty strong. I don't know what game they were on, so let's take a quick refresh here. We have 11 matches out of 16 that are completed. If we go to standings, no, we're still waiting on a few matches, which is good. So let's go back into the tournament. I think they're probably still playing. No, I think they're done. Let me see if I can find another match. Okay, we have a Magno player versus the Mega Absol with Dusknoir, which was Fredward. Fredward was actually doing really well in this tournament with this deck. Like I mentioned earlier, this Mega Absol with Nor has been popping off with popularity and on the ladder. Just to see it do very well right now is pretty much surprising, but then again, he can't really do anything to this game state because you have double Ori Choreo. The best you could do is get rid of all the supported cards from the hand, and he ended up getting the Magneton, which is kind of brutal. You need that in order to win this game, and he already knows his hand is public knowledge now. He has Magnezone and Magneton, which is kind of crazy. And then now you're gonna get punished for attacking the Mega Absol because now you have Rocky Helmet in play, and knowing that Magnezone and Magneton were in his hand, you definitely want to use the red card there for sure. And then the copycat follow-up is pretty good. So now he's gonna get rid of the Sabrina. Just mind you, if the Dusknoir definitely ends up, getting fainted for healing, he does get knocked out, and he does restore Mega Absol like all the way back to his full HP, by the way. So this one, Fred is kind of in a situation where he has to find out how he's gonna get rid of Ori Choreo, because that is the only thing that is stopping him. And for Oho, he definitely needs to get that Magneton into play so he can start winning the game. Like, doing 110 damage is going to be very important, and simply Mega Absol can't really do anything to Magneton. 80 damage isn't really that strong. Still not seeing the Magneton, which is kind of detrimental for him right now. Yeah, this mirror match, well, not this mirror match. This matchup could be rough because, like, right now, Magneton is definitely not, like, he's not drawing the cards he needs in order to be successful in his matchup right now. You know what's crazy? This Absol is just going ham on, like, destroying any supporters that are there. But he does have access to research, but he does not use it, which is really interesting. Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't want to lose, his best. Like, Cyrus, I could potentially see that if he ends up being in a position where he has to withdraw. So, there are multiple reasons why you wouldn't want to use it. Yeah, that's basically, I think that's what he's going for right now, because he really can't do any damage, but the Rocky Helmet is kind of clutch for him because he has the best way to stall right now. And then the Magneton is actually coming out, which is kind of clutch. Actually, he could definitely do 110 damage right now, and he's going to wrap it up. That's something he should have thought about. Well, he drew the Magneton. He could wrap it up next turn. So now he has to play a little more conservatively. Like, he has to get rid of the Dusknoir in order to, like, win the game. Going back to 170 is kind of crazy. I'm sorry, I got excited because I thought the Magneton was already on the field, which that was not the case whatsoever. That is insane. Also, chat, while we're here, and if you guys want to support the channel, feel free to become a member and have access to some cool emotes, definitely. And then we will have perks coming in for the channel as well. Here's the Magnezone. He's definitely gonna go out there because putting 50 damage into Magnezone, you know, I mean, putting 50 damage on Mega Absol is like the absolute worst thing to see. Again, I'm sorry if like the quality is like dropping here and there. This is the stream, their quality, their version. Oh, what the hell? It just kind of flashed on me. So now that he brought out, what do you call it? Now that he brought out the Magnezone, right? The Dusknoir is going to be forced. He's going to be in a position where it's going to have to sacrifice itself like one more time. And then we're probably going to be in this struggle for a little while longer. So I think he could have waited a little bit more with Ori, but at the same time, you know, there's not really that much of a point. Bro, want to wait. Yeah, Jimbo, you already know the vibes. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of like watching Solitaire at this point. The way this matchup is playing out. So there's the first point. There's the first point for the opponent, for Fred Ward. He's not seeing access to the other cards that he needs in order to progress the matchup. So right now, just that Rocky Helmet is putting in so much work because these Oricorios are literally on the last legs. I've gone to round 30 versus its tech so many times. End of the season, but the zone player should have it here. Yeah, it does look like the zone player might end up having it because like you're only healing 20. Then again, you don't even have a Magneton at this point, which is kind of crazy. Kuzma definitely has to come back because it is insane. It is insane. It's criminal how all these item cards in this whole format has gone unchecked. To be fair, I feel like the Absol might win this. I mean, it's gonna go to a tie, I believe. Actually, no, Magzone. Actually, Magzone might win, depending on the time. No, yeah, I mean, you do have access to Magnezone, and you do have access to turn 26. This is crazy. You think Absol has it? Yeah. It's looking a little crazy, I'm not going to lie. So it's just, he's gonna go into the strategy of just swapping out these two Absols in order to maximize the healing factor. Because like, you know, he's already expecting a Magnezone to come out, right? Now that he technically drew everything in his deck. And at this point, do you use the Pokemon Center Lady? Because he's gonna rip it from your hand, right? I think in this point, you should have used it. That's just me. Turn 28. This is gonna go to turn 30. This is gonna go to turn 30. Absol could never win because Ori doesn't have to attack. Yeah, you're right. You are definitely right. In my opinion, he should have used Pokemon Center Lady. So, the Magnezone player had 2 points, right? Yeah, this is crazy. This game is heading into a tie. Damn. That is kind of crazy. Let me see if JJ is still... Okay, we have a Jolteon. The Jolteon in top 32 versus Altaria here. Altaria is kind of looking like he's in trouble because if he drops an energy, that's insane. Because if he drops an energy here, he's going to take 20 damage because of the Jolteon. But I got confused because the full art kind of looked like the rainbow for a minute. But yeah, they both have 1 point each, by the way. 60 damage is kind of crazy, not going to lie. Giving 2 points for the Jolteon player. Chingling is coming out. So here's the tricky part, right? You can't really go into Altaria and attack here because if you do that, you just put yourself in a bad situation. And he already just lost a Swablu. And that's that's unfortunate for Choco. I wonder if that's game 2. Jolteon moving into top 16, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's watch this matchup. I think they're heading into game 3 here. Am I frozen? Oh, my camera froze. Hold on, chat. For some reason, my camera froze. No, that wasn't game 1. Hold on 1 sec, chat. I'll let you guys watch this real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so the Jolteon player looks like he knocked out the Chingling, popping off with Jolteon. So we have a Swablu with a Rocky Helmet. No energy yet, so don't know what he wants to do here. Does he want to commit to Sing? I'm pretty sure you guys seen if he top decked anything. Does he want to take 40 damage? And, you know, think he might be playing Eevee Bag. Does he play the Eevee Bag? Because if he does, that would be kind of scary to lose to that. Lose his Blue to that, but at the same time. Alright, so we're going with the Mega Altaria just right off the bat and going to end the turn here. Now, does he have access to another Eevee is the important part. And he has access to Pokeball, which might get him one of his 4 Eevees. There's Eevee EX on the board. Oh yeah, he's getting that one ready. And just going to get a free swing on Altaria. Which, Rocky Helmet's kind of crazy, right? Because Jolteon has 140, correct me if I'm wrong, HP. And the 140 would bring him down, you know, to kill range with the Mega Altaria. But that's only if, you know, Chocolate could draw another Pokemon to put on the board. Oh, wait a minute. That was game changing. Never mind, never mind. Is it enough damage? I'm pretty sure it's enough damage. That is actually game changing right there. Because now he's just gonna take the free points. That Sabrina was insane. Good games, good games. That was actually kind of crazy that Sabrina came in clutch because he didn't have access to pop off with his he did not have access to pop off with his Jolteon. So let's go back into Absol Magnezone because we all love that matchup, you know. We hold that matchup close. Wonder what's going on with the stream though. The stream is looking a little dark. I wonder if they're still playing a match. Nope. Okay, so let's go back and double check if everything's all set. Alright, so all the matches are completed. We have paired top 16. Top 16 is up. Sabrina is the best supporter card from A1. One of the best supporters right now, other than Cyrus, Copycat, which are also game changers. I agree that Sabrina is amazing because like it's just like overall it's insane even though your opponent gets to pick. But let's do a quick shout out to everybody. We have Greninja. Well, we have a Greninja, Mega Absol, Hydreigon, Absol Greninja, Altaria, Hydreigon, 2 more Altarias, 1 Dusknoir still in 9th. We got 3 Greninja Suicunes, another Altaria, Magnezone, Hydreigon, Greninja, and 1 Altaria left in our top 16. So let's keep it going. And before that, I'm gonna see if we can match up with other opponents. Let's just make sure we let everybody know. Oh shit, did I spell that wrong? I spelled that wrong. Alright, top 16 is up. Everybody is getting ready to start their next round. So as soon as we get a matchup, we'll get started. Okay, we got a matchup. We have Hydreigon versus Magnezone, which this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Because right now, just looking at it, Hydreigon just like kind of cooks his duck, right? Because it's overall like a strong pick. Let me just make sure the music is all chill. Yeah, I don't like that song. Eight Swinninjas. Swinninja is broken. Suicune is just strong. Sabrina is best if your opponent bricks, and they did in that game. Yeah, they did it. Bricking for sure. Take advantage of the bench. It's a nightmare for Eevee. Getting rid of the Eevees is just very crucial. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so now we have double Oricorio on the board, and he's going to red card here because, you know, you definitely do not want to see your opponent driving with Hydreigon, because Hydreigon is... Things get messy when you see the Hydreigon and Rare Candy actually pops off, and he's going to start, you know, just going crazy on his board, and he has no cards in hand in order to use Copycat. So he just blew his whole hand confidently in order to pop off. So Hydreigon here looking really strong on Anthony's side. Okay, we have access to the Magneton. He's definitely going to have to build up the Magneton here, because if he does not, the game is not going to look pretty for your boy. It is insane, by the way. It's snowing like crazy outside, so there's always that. Now I'm kind of curious. Actually, I won't say that, because that's out. Out information on the opponent's hand. Copycat into 4 cards. We only have 1 in top 16 to be fair. 1 Magnezone. So Magnezone isn't really doing that crazy as of yet. 130 damage into the what do you call it, Magnemite. But you know what's kind of scary? He does have the Diano, and he did use Copycat into his 4-card hand. So you know the odds are he could potentially have access to another Hydreigon. But here we're gonna go into Copycat for 3. he is searching for what? I don't know exactly, but let's go. Now, if he ends up going Dieno, he definitely has the Hydreigon in hand. If not, oh, here we go. He doesn't have the Hydreigon, so we're going into Mega Absol. Mega Absol's probably going to rip the Pokemon. Oh, never mind. We're gonna look at the hand later, but he ends up drawing the Rare Candy Hydreigon, which is gonna give him the win because he could put the energy onto Hydreigon, use the ability. Oh, he's just... Wait, what? He could have attacked, won the game. He could have won the game. He could have attached the energy on Hydreigon, use the ability, retreat. Okay. Never mind. You want to play one more turn. Am I tripping, chat? Am I tripping? Anyways, that should wrap up the game. It's gonna be the same outcome regardless of what happens. So Anthony takes game 1. Let's go into Altaria. We have a mirror match of Altaria versus Altaria. Literally Chingling and Jirachi, everything. So we got Fed versus Exorcist. Just a quick update. Exorcist did come in 10th place in our last tournament, so he does very well in these in limitless tournaments to begin with. So this is actually looking pretty good. Maybe I should rename the title just to let everybody know we're in Swiss rounds. Stream settings. You guys got hit with a lot of snow in Minnesota, looking white out there. Last night was -13. That's insane. -13 is crazy. Could be me. To be fair, this is the first time we're getting a lot of snow like all season, so it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. Tomorrow we go to work. Yeah. You know, it's kind of reality hitting us. Oh, he's going after Chingling, so he definitely wants to get the free points. Getting the free points is very important. I wonder if that's going to be the case for Exorcist as well. He has many options right now too. Indeedee is actually really strong here, because Jirachi is gonna go back up to 40. We're seeing the retreat into Altaria, and we get Mars to 2. Mars to 2 is very, very destructive in this. So the reasoning why he did this play the way he did, you have Jirachi that could just come in and attack the Chingling for game. So that's basically his win condition right now. So it doesn't really matter what he does, even if he heals all the way to maximum with Chingling, the game is cooked for Fed. So they're gonna have to move on to the next match. Klefki. Yeah. And that's all she wrote because Exorcist has 2 points left. Oh, you drew the Cyrus. So you could just like Cyrus anyways. Either Cyrus or Jirachi. Whatever animation is quicker. Let's switch into this matchup right here, where we got the Dusknoir. Dusknoir, Mega Absol versus Hydreigon. I forget which variant of Hydreigon, but it's gonna be really strong, no matter how you look at it. Again, this is top 16. We're about to head into top 8 real soon. Indeedy coming out. Okay, so it looks like we're approaching the slow evolution for Hydreigon. Now, if we're looking at this like if we were his opponent, right? I'm pretty sure you have access to the Hydreigon, because if not, this is like a 2-card like retreat cost, right? You don't want to invest 2 energy to retreat. So I'm pretty sure he has access to the Hydreigon, but the Dusknoir is here, so you could be super confident on having Mega Absol on the board. You're not scared of getting hit, even if it's 130, because you get to heal. And having that healing factor is really, really good for your opponent. I mean, for Fredward. Is it here? Does he have the Hydreigon? No Hydreigon. Interesting. So he's gonna go for the 80 damage. It's not looking good for the Absol Hydreigon right now. But we're going in for Copycat because he does not like his hand whatsoever. There's the Duskull. Duskull is actually pretty good for his game plan. So now he's just gonna set up easy plays. Now what is he gonna get rid of? Ooh, he has Chingling and what do you call it? He has access to Chingling and Giant Cape, which the Rocky Helmet is gonna be devastating for sure. I think what do you call it? Fred is gonna take this one, because I don't know how you come back from, you know, full HP Absol just going off. How many of you guys actually use the battle log? I've never used the battle log like that, but that's just me. He can't attack with this Pokemon, because if he attacks, he's just gonna be cooked. I mean, Indeedy kind of changed that for him. Copycat for 1. Praying it's the Hydreigon. No Hydreigon. So the energy definitely goes into the other one. Top deck the rare candy, so the second Dusknoir is here. I don't know. It's not looking good for your boy Brian. Chingling in hand. I feel like that Chingling was definitely needed for him to win. Yeah, I mean, realistically, that's all you could really do right now. It's about to swing for 80, take 20, and then he heals. Yeah. Chingling is just a little bit late to the party, because like all the important item cards already have been played, and damage isn't really gonna do anything for you at this point, so Going in for 80 damage. I think we froze a little bit. Let me refresh. I think their stream kind of crashed out, but okay, we're back. So he has access to X speed. I guess it's just burning cards at this point. It really doesn't matter. Absol and Dustnor 100% got this. Yeah, it's infinite healing. Yeah. To be fair, they have like what, 3 more healings? Yeah, 3 healing factors. 3 heal factors. Yeah. Having access to Rare Candy Hydreigon is a little bit late. But like, you know, what can you do? What can you do? Hydreigon is really strong, but at this point in the game, you're just gonna keep fueling up all the way back to 170, and especially you're taking away 20 damage. Of course, you have Indeedee there for that, but the Cyrus is top decked, but Cyrus isn't really going to be enough because he could just withdraw. So, you know, at this point, you just play it out. So, not really wanting to give your opponent a free point, he went for the other Dusknoir. Which kind of is crazy, in my opinion, is that Dusknoir, the fact that Dusknoir could heal all the way is kind of crazy. Even if you're in 20, like, he knocks himself out, and then you just go full HP. Like, it's insane. Yeah, at this point, I think you just get rid of Dusknoir that has, like, the 20 HP, right? The thing with Indeedee always gives Hydreigon ability. Well, Hydreigon is at the point where like it can't even use the ability anymore, so you could Cyrus in the top, but it's not really worth right now because it's just gonna be more stalling at this point. I'm kind of glad. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm really glad that the meta shifted with Dusknoir and Absol being super last in the format, like being figured out last in the format, because dealing with this like during the ladder, in the early days of the ladder, you'll see so much like turn 30s or stuff like that. Like, it's insane. So we're heading into game 3, it looks like. Now let's go back into see another matchup. Let me know if you guys want to continue watching this match. Okay, so he ended up finishing his match. We have Alana. Let's see if they're playing still. So we got Mega Absol versus Ori Mag. So Anthony's already having attacks with Mega Absol, revealing the, you know, Pokemon Center Lady and red card in hand. So that copycat is going to be a little bit massive here, which if we get the Magnezone into play, that's going to be really, really good for you. Pokeball, just throw that out. Now we got the Volt Charge into Magna Zone. Want to retreat and then swing. This is actually really, really huge. Chingling coming out, because at this point you really cannot afford to take any more damage that you already have on Absol. But as we saw with that copycat, they ended up drawing Cyrus, and Cyrus is going to cleanly wrap this game up. GG's. So that Magna Zone winning that game, we're gonna jump into the matchup with Arima versus Chocolate. So we have Altaria and Suicune popping off with Indeedee. Yo, Perry, you definitely have a fan favorite deck. I see you, I see you. So Chocolate has 0 points and Arima has 0 points as well. And it looks like he got the first attack on the Suicune, which is kind of rough for him right now. So we gotta see how this ends up playing out. I think he wants access to, you know, at this point you definitely need access to what do you call it, Greninja EX, but we're going in with the regular Greninja. Wonder what he's planning on sniping here. Dubai Chocolate for the win. Facts. But Rima, he definitely has like strong possibilities here. But he went in for Suicune, surprisingly. Because he has... Chocolate has 130, right? On the board. I felt like going into Professor, trying to look for Greninja EX would have been the correct play. Because now he's in a weird situation. But then again, yeah, nah, because you have Indeedee with infinite healing. Actually, no, I think the attack was kind of smart at the same time, because if he can't really sit there and attack the Suicune. If he sits there and attacks the Suicune, he actually... Hold up, Arima is actually cooking. Arima's actually cooking. Maybe he's like thinking like 10 steps ahead. He's setting up the Indeedee, getting ready to attack with Indeedee. Wait, did he heal? Oh yeah, he was 50 and yeah, he did end up healing. Pretty sure Suicune is coming out. That is actually pretty clutch for him, depending on what he does this turn. Yeah, Rima's going off, I'm not going to lie. Getting top deck Mars while he has 2 points is kind of crazy. Having a Mega Altaria on its last legs is kind of scary to have, right? Because he's not gonna go beyond 70 damage. I mean, 70 HP. And here's the Mars, which honestly might might put the game in his hands because he has access to better cards. There's the second Greninja, which actually doesn't really matter. He did have the Cyrus in hand in order to pull up the Mega Altaria, so yeah, that was kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. Alright, let's move back into Altaria versus Klefki Altaria. This is the first match we ended up spectating, which I don't know what game they're on right now, but this deck is popping off. Second Swablu. Mind you, he's not playing the Sing Swablu. He's playing the Peck one. Now, I don't know if this is like a strategic move or because he didn't have two Sing Swablus, but apparently you could get away with playing cards like that. So he doesn't have access to Mega Altaria, it seems like. So it looks like he's just gonna swing on Altaria here. With Altaria. Which, this is a crazy situation, I'm not going to lie. Because at any moment, this game could just switch up like that. Now, does he have the Mega Altaria? I don't think it matters at this point. Oh, he's going for Sing. He's going for Sing. Nah, he is a great player. I've seen him place well in multiple tournaments. Rev. He woke up. Now he has access to Sabrina. He did have access to Sabrina in hand, by the way, and Exorcist did have 2 points, and he is moving in to top 8. So let's go into Ariyama. Nope, there's still. I think Oho might be playing. Oh no, everybody's done. Okay, so let's go back to the top. That was great that we got to spectate most of our matches. So now I'm going to start round 9. I mean, top 8. Let me just let everybody know. Alright, top 8 is live. People are gonna start streaming. We'll refresh our page here. So our top 8 is going to be Altaria, Mega Dusknoir with Mega Absol, 4 Greninjas, 4 Suicune Greninjas, 1 Altaria, and 1 what do you call it? Magnezone. So let's go into the, I don't know. This is looking crazy. I'm not going to lie, this is looking like a crazy turnout pairing. We have Fab versus Alana. We have Harry playing Azu. We have Fred versus playing Ariyama. Thunder versus Exorcist. This is going to be insane. So, let me see if I can get a match. Actually, let's see Ariyama. This matchup might be nice. I don't want Swin Ninja to win. If it does, I didn't jinx it. I hope not. I hope not. But there is 4 of them, to be honest. Swin Ninja actually won my last event. Indeedy, Greninja won my last matchup tournament. All right. Okay, we got a matchup. Let's go. We got Fab versus Ariyama. Let's see what happens. So we could watch this perspective, and then we could switch into Ariyama's afterwards. So he does have well, let's see. Alana has access to what do you call it? The weakness has the weakness, so it's pretty good on their end. They started with Indeedy, which is not the most optimal start, Suicune, but at the same time, what are you gonna do to Oricorio without your regular Greninja? You're not even seeing a Froakie on the board. With no Froakie on the board, that's kind of scary. So let me put top 8. Yeah, no, this is looking insane right now. He's probably gonna retreat into the Suicune because you have to start drawing your outs, right? You have to see your Greninja in order to win this matchup because Oricorio is just one of those cards. It's not gonna allow you to play the game or proceed. So, although you are going to be taking heavy damage, 70 damage from this Oricorio, it's necessary. That is rough because that top deck was kind of insane for the opponent. He's going into the copycat with the massive hand Fab has. Even though he had the Magnezone, there's always a chance that you could always draw the Magnezone back, especially with a crazy hand like that. Pokeball is being played. And here you just want to thin out your hand because you do not want to be in a position where you get countered copycat or red card Mars or anything like that. If Absol Dusk wins, that would be insane, but knowing the matchups, I don't know. Yeah, the simple fact that Greninja can start pinging the Duskull and just drag them out too, that's another thing that could happen. I mean, you could drag out the Absol as well early game. Alright, this is looking crazy, I'm not going to lie. It looks like Madura is going ham on this game 1. And I feel like Magnezone is going to take game 1. Froakie was just a little too late on curve to do anything that was important. But we are going with the heal maxing because you have Giant Cape, you have Indeed, and you have you had Irida, sorry. But yeah, because you do not want to lose to that card. Looks like we're going aggressive with Guzma being a real threat. We're gonna hit for 130. There goes the attacking advantage that, you know, Fab would have had, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, this game 1 did not go well for Fab whatsoever. Oh yeah, Guzma. Telling you, Guzma. Just like you mentioned, Guzma is super, super, super strong. Bro, I almost like this bottle almost exploded. That would have been so fucking bad. Yeah, right now you got the Greninja, but the simple fact that you were kind of slow on getting to the Greninja is the biggest downfall. But I guess now you could just kind of stall. Because if Greninja comes out, right, Magnezone just comes out and Revenge kills it, you know? So, overall, he's kind of in a bad position. There's a Froakie. I mean, having double Greninja might be kind of nice because you could probably, you know, pull up with the Magnezone. I think if you even have the access to Cyrus right now, it would be kind of clutch. But no, that's not what we're seeing here. Copycat is coming out because we definitely need to see Magnezone. Magnezone, I mean Magneton, because Magneton is super, super strong into the energy ramping. Yeah, he's in a position where you can't even attack with that Suicune. You attack with that Suicune, you're cooked. Unless you pull up with Ninja EX. Even yeah, nah, you need Greninja EX. Oh, my cam froze. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why is my camera freezing now? I used to have that problem back in the day. Okay, we're good. I appreciate you. All right, so let's see what possibilities they could do to get out of this. Honestly, I don't think it's like super, super over for Fab, you know? I feel like he could potentially come out of this. Although he kind of doesn't have anything to work with. Ooh, that is the one card you did not want to see if, you know, you're Fab. Everybody's card, all the cards, everybody's cards decks out. Everybody's decked out, right? Everybody has the rest of their deck in their hands, so it's all how you utilize what you have. Mars is actually crazy in a situation like this. But top decking that out of Mars was crazy. Well, I guess it was 50-50 at that point, right? Because you only have 2 cards left in your deck anyways, so you were going to top deck You had a 50-50 chance to get it. So the match ended up going to the Magna Zone. Let's go into Suicune. What is Suicune playing against? Suicune versus Dusknoir, which this matchup is actually really crazy. All right. What did I miss? We get red carded, copycat. I forget. We got red carded. Going into the research to draw 2 cards. He does have access to Greninja. See how like Greninja has like the ability to, you know, just Greninja has the ability to just mess around with the field, making Dusknoir kind of useless. But at the same time, you know, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough in both sides, because like you need 2 energies in order to, you know, get rid of Dusknoir. And you definitely don't want that in your active zone whatsoever. No points yet? What do you mean? Oh, for this matchup? Yeah, no points. Arima has 0 points. Fredward has 0 points. And yeah, this is a smart play, is to get rid of the Dusknoir as soon as possible, just so you could ruin your opponent's game plan. Damn, this is crazy. Now we have Fredward has access to second what do you call it? Absol, but don't know if it would have been the right play to play, because it's just a simple fact that, you know, Cyrus is the thing, but he did get rid of the Cyrus, which was pretty clutch on his end. I don't think he would have known he had it, but yo, congratulations, Perry. Congratulations. Hold up. This match is just getting insane, I'm not gonna lie. Because, like, you definitely don't want to waste your time on the Absol. But, I mean, you have to, right? It's gonna be like a free point at this point, right? Yeah. It's gonna get you a free point, and if it doesn't, it's gonna put Snore at what, 20 or something like that, where Greninja is definitely gonna be there, in range to kill it. Copycat for 1 is crazy. Well, I mean, at that point you have to, right? So 2 points for Arima. Fred has 0 points. So let's see what ends up happening. He's gonna keep getting rid of all of the important cards, which is gonna make it, you know, like a super struggle for him to catch up. But you do now have access to what do you call it? Greninja EX, but is that something you want to do? Because yeah, 100 damage is actually going to be devastating every single turn. I'm pretty sure you don't want to waste. Yeah, you're not gonna want to waste the, what do you call it? Give your opponent a free point whatsoever. So ping the back row or front row, doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, I guess pinging the one in the back is important because your opponent is in a situation where do you want to heal the front one or do you want to heal the one in the back? So once he comes out with the one in the back, it's not going to be that, you know, it's not really going to put you in a winning position. But Arima here is just overall going crazy with Greninja EX. Don't know what Fred could do in this situation, to be honest. He's kind of cooked. He's kind of... Oh, it's not playing? Yeah. That's kind of the situation he's in right now. Double Rocky Helmet is kind of crazy. We don't know if that's Cyrus in his hand as well. Yeah, I feel like the Greninja going into Suicune is the right play here. Yeah, regardless, you're gonna see 100 damage on the board. And the game goes to Arima. I'm thinking this is game 1, to be honest. Alright, so we got another Greninja. This one's actually from the beginning. So we have a Greninja EX versus Altaria. Starting off with the Chingling, this is going to be a little bit devastating because just in general, having Froakie, you're going to stall that rare candy and, you know, you're going to be forced to attack the Chingling with Suicune, and by the time you reach that, you're going to be in a situation where Swablu is just going to evolve into Altaria and just get free hits on the Suicune. So yeah, no, it's definitely looking like a crazy start. So we're looking good right here. $120 HP and no access to rare candy at the moment, which is kind of crazy, right? Because now he has access to do 130 damage, but Irida was coming super clutch for Azu. Now it really just comes down on, okay, Mega Altaria is coming down. Not fearing Rare Candy or Greninja whatsoever. Was this the right play, or would have been better to go after Chingling and continue the poking, right? Because I feel like if you continued with Chingling, you'd have been a little bit safer, but then again, you wouldn't have that many Pokemon to deal the 130, right? So, but then again, this way you're pretty much guaranteed. Well, here at least you get an attack off with Suicune, right? Which you're gonna do 120, depending on if you draw the Greninja. Greninja is here. You guys saw it, right? Yo, Perry! I appreciate you. Thank you so much. 40? Appreciate y'all. You guys be great. Love your content. Thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of y'all. I don't know what that symbol is, but I appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you. 120 into the Swablu is crazy, and having both Greninjas in hand, and you have a Greninja EX ready to swing next turn, it is kind of cooked from here. I'm not going to lie. But yo, Perry, thank you so much. I appreciate you, and also thank you. Congratulations as well to your engagement, like you mentioned earlier. Oh, that's Ruby? Rupee? The Cyrus is coming out to finish the game. Good games. That is kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. Let's check out how Exorcist is going. I think... Okay, Exorcist is... You know what's funny? Everybody... The Greninjas are not playing each other, right? The Greninja Suicunes are not playing each other. They're all fighting different decks. So right now, hopefully we see like a 50-50 maybe for top 8. Hopefully we don't get 4 Greninjas. That would be mad. Should have gone with Chingling. Yeah, going with the Chingling stall been a little bit more better, because then you would have been I forget if they had the Indeedee. I'm not sure. I think they top decked the Indeedee, but at the time I'm pretty sure they didn't have the Indeedee. But this Mars was kind of big because that hand was looking insane, I'm not going to lie. Now that you get to get rid of a Froakie is very important. Now, one thing I do want to mention, you do not fear the Suicune coming in and attacking, because you have access to Rocky Helmet. But if you get access to what do you call it, Cape, that's the only game changer right here for Gab. So as a matter of fact, let's see if he ends up getting it, because it looks like in that last hand he did not have it. Don't think he's gonna attack here, because he knows he loses the game if he attacks. But this is crazy because now we have Jirachi on the field, right? That's public knowledge, where you could swing on the Suicune, and Suicune is just gonna be at 10 HP, and then you can just win the game there. I don't know. I think this is going ham in this tournament. I'm not going to lie. 130 on the board. What is Gab gonna do? Ooh, having access to that Mars is good, but at the same time, it really doesn't matter because Jirachi's presence is insane. Maybe giving a cape to Suicune in the back. He didn't heal. He did not heal. He should have healed with Indeedee. Yeah, nah, he was cooked. Regardless of what happened, he was cooked. I was just here trying to find a way to see if he would survive. Okay. So it looks like we are in top 4. Top 4, guys. Let me just make sure to update. Top 4 matchup. Let's go. It looks like Exorcist made it, as we saw. The top 4 decks. We have Magnezone versus Altaria Indeedee. And then we have Greninja versus Greninja. So there's only going to be one Greninja deck. If we go into the standings right here, we have Greninja, Altaria, Magnezone, and Greninja. So there's guaranteed one Greninja is going to be in the finals. And then it's either going to be Altaria or Magnezone versing Altaria. I mean, versing the, what do you call it? Greninja. So while we have this here, let me see if I could pull up one of the matches. Chat, what do you guys want to see? You want to see Altaria versus Magnezone, or you want to see the mirror match of Suicune? What do you guys want to see? All right, we have Magnezone versus Altaria. This is the semifinals, guys. Semifinals right here. Altaria, Magnezone. I got you, Revi. This is insane. If you guys are watching, like the stream. If you guys enjoy the content, sub to the channel. Join the Discord. We are popping off with top 4 of the tournament. Final 4 X. Let's go. So we're gonna pop off with Oricorio on 1 energy. Get that quick draw too. You know what's crazy? We could just like swap through people's like perspectives too. Like we could just go into Exorcist and see what he's looking at right now. Goes into Pokeball. Double Chingling is kind of crazy. I'm gonna retreat into Chingling and get the free damage because at this point, you really don't want your Swablu taking that much damage. And I'm not gonna lie, this is looking a little rough because Altaria kind of struggles with Oricorio if you don't have access to the other Swablu. I mean, other Altaria, the do the wave one. Sorry, I was just like dying there. I needed like water. Magnezone is winning. I don't know. There's one Magnezone, 2 waters, and 1 Altaria. Well, to be fair, Magnezone has a crazy matchup against water, so. So Lana taking the first the first point. Yep. So we gotta drop the Swablu, and we're gonna have to look for Altaria. He ends up getting the Altaria, but which one are you gonna play? Going in for Mega Altaria. And then going to swing in with Chingling. Now, there's a problem here, right? There's a problem. Stream die? Chat. No. reconnecting. Stream's not dead, right? Okay, because I'm looking at my OBS right here and it says reconnecting and then ending stream and then reconnect. Okay, as long as you guys are live watching right now, that's all that matters. I just want to make sure it's good for y'all. Should have taken the risk of sleeping instead of guarantee loss to Qingling. Yeah, you should. It should have been like that. But no, sometimes when you're in the moment, you know, you kind of don't think clearly. But you know, then again, it's kind of tough. You know, it's kind of tough to say what you should and shouldn't do. But right here, we're looking like Magnezone is gonna take this matchup, to be real, because like if you summon Altaria's weak to electric. Well, that one is weak to electric, and being weak to electric is insane. But we're gonna kind of go off the sleep. If you get Tails, he's asleep. He got the sleep, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, killing Oricorio definitely doesn't have the point, but Pokemon Center Lady actually woke up the what do you call it? The Oricorio. That is insane. Now let's swap over into the Greninja matchup just so we have a little bit more content. We have 0 points dealt to each other. We have Ndidi, Suicune on Ariyama's side, and on Hei's side, we have the same exact thing. This is literally looking like in a mirror. Magnezone versus Suicune. Yeah, that was game one. The finals is almost here. Going into the Suicune, feel like we're going into Suicune because we definitely want the draw engine to pop off, right? And having the draw engine is very important. You're rooting for Magnezone? Fire. Yo, there's at least 2 people here that want Magnezone to win. We have Perry and Kashi. I'm pretty sure nobody wants Greninja to win because we've been seeing that like all season long. I'm not going to lie, this is looking pretty strong for Ariyama. Here's my prediction. I think Ariyama might win this tournament. That's my prediction. I don't know if just the gameplay plays that I've been seeing of him throughout the whole stream. He's been popping off. Please no Magnezone. Magnezone already took Pocket Match. Yeah, that's crazy. And then Perry's like Magnezone. That's insane. There's just so much of it going around. Now here's the scary part, right? That you have to think about. You have a cape on Froakie in the back, right? Having the cape on the Froakie, what if they have access to Greninja EX as well? Having Greninja EX after swinging at what do you call it? At that Suicune, could be devastating, you know? But then again, it shouldn't really matter because he does have access to the he definitely has access to the Suicune back here with one energy, and there's kind of like a full field. And here comes the swing. And to be fair, what he can do is use Suicune's ability to definitely swap him out with Suicune. So, you know, he has to waste resources like Cyrus or, you know, things of that nature. So, if Hay doesn't have a way to a Greninja right now, it's kind of for him. But I doubt it. He has half his deck in it, and he does not have a way into Greninja. Ariyama taking that game, which is kind of unfortunate for him. Wow, that was crazy. That was crazy. Alright, we're getting into the next game for Magnezone versus Yingling. I'm glad I stayed. Sometimes I don't, but now I know what you're all about. Enjoyed your perspectives of the tournament. I usually don't watch Pocket Channels, but you're a very good one. Yo, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. I just like talking about the game. I like seeing, you know, I play the game a lot, you know, all the time. Always strive for top 1K and stuff like that. So, like, you know, I have a lot of knowledge of the game. I talk to many people, many communities. So, like, I appreciate that you enjoy the channel. You guys are the goats. You guys are the goats over there too. But we do have one more round until finals, which is great. I really don't know what happened in the last match. I can't. I think this is game 3 for Magnezone. Let me actually double check. I want to fact check for you guys. If that's actually. Okay. So this is game 3 for Magnezone. And then coming in for, what do you call it? For the Suicune matchups, Ariyama game 1, and yeah. So this match is going to matter. This match is life or death for both of our opponents right here. Yo, what's up, Gene? Welcome in. Well, really put he really put that to the bench. It's funny, I got all the cards for the deck without buying gold. Let's go. Free to play players.
Falcon punch.
So it looks like Exorcist definitely had to put all of his stocks into the Altaria, right? Still kind of early game here, and it's kind of scary for Exorcist because you do want to get rid of the Oricorios. You do not want to see a Magnezone. So if you see a Magnezone, you know, Alana goes crazy and wins the game. Oh no! Leading off with the Magnezone. This is, I mean, Magneton. This is actually quite telling. You have the Magnezone. I think you have the Magnezone if you do that. There's no other reason why you would do that. Out of those 2 cards, you had to take the gamble. Wait, no? No? He didn't? You didn't have it? Wait, that's crazy. Why throw your Magnezone like that? Oh, well, I mean, at the same time, yes, you don't want to lose your Oricorio. You don't want to lose that whatsoever. But at the same time, I would have put... I don't know. I'm bugging out. You know what's crazy here too? Indeed, can start attacking, doing some devastating damage. He could also retreat here and just like start swinging on Oricorio in the back. Yo, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Whoever subbed to the channel or followed on Twitch. There we go. This is crazy. This is life or death right now for both players. Life or death in this tournament. I want to see what's going on with Alonso's match. I want to see their perspective. I like that we get to swap perspectives here. So we got Pokemon Center Lady. So you definitely want to stay at full health. Going in for the free 50. This is looking insane. This is looking insane. I'm not going to lie to you guys, chat. Because drawing into Magnezone will like finish everything off. So Licia gave access to the second Swablu. Now it's gonna be an interesting one to see how he distributes his energy here. Goes into the alt area and swing. There's really one win condition here. Is top decking Magnezone. Are you going to get it? It's all or nothing right now. It is all or nothing. Yo, that was the craziest top deck ever. 3 cards. Are you going to get the Magnezone off that? No way! You did not. That's rough. That is rough. You only have one. You really needed that Magnezone. See, this is why Clement is gonna go crazy. Clement is gonna go crazy. Hold on, chat. I'm kind of locked in. And Sabrina is going to make Exorcist go into the finals. Magneton or Magnezone has been knocked out. GG's. That was insane. I feel like this matchup is also over. Nope, that was it. That was all of it. Insane. So we have Ariyama versus Exorcist. This is gonna be a crazy finals. Greninja. Alright, so let's go into here and we're gonna pair the finals. Tournament shot. Grand finals, let's go. This is gonna be insane. Chat, I want everybody in chat. Who do you guys want to win? Do you want Altaria or Greninja? Grand finals. We'll see the perspective of Ariyama first, and then we'll switch into Exorcist. Or let me go desktop. Let me just make sure they're ready before, you know. Let's see if they're ready before. Let me double check. Okay. Let me make a poll. I'm gonna make a poll. Who's winning? I put poll chat. Who's winning? Altaria? I probably spelled Altaria wrong. I spelled Altaria wrong. I don't care. I don't care. Altaria. I spelled that shit wrong. I don't give a fuck. Altaria or Greninja? Who's winning? Alright, so... they're still waiting to pair. Is it? Alright, so it looks like Exorcist is searching once we get the match. Yeah, you guys know what I meant. Y'all know what I meant. Grand Finals. Okay, we got a match. We got a match. 50-50. Kinda crazy. 10 votes. Actually, 60% is on Greninja now. Alright, the match is starting. And here we go. We have Ariyama. Let's see the leads here. This is crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Swablu and Indeedee versus Greninja. I mean, Suicune. Altaria, it is Altaria, Indeedee, and Jirachi. Just regular, the old school version. So, Ariyama has a crazy full field, but it being a good turn one, Exorcist does have access to a free hit on Ninja with Mega Altaria if he has access to that. Wonder what he's thinking right here, because in a situation like this, could be a little bit scary. I'm just saying. Have a crazy full field. Okay, the Rocky Helmet's gonna be really, really strong. Goes for the sleep, of course. You have to at this point, and Suicune is asleep, which at this point, I don't think it really matters. Wonder if Ariyama is gonna, yeah, I think you have to go a little crazy on all in with the Suicune in the front. Now he has to pray that he wakes up. I mean, heads, he got the, he did wake up. So now, is he gonna have access to Mega Altaria? And the Mega Altaria is here. Now, does he have Pokemon to actually attack? because that's gonna matter right now, right here, right now. Rock Helmet is also another card that's gonna be really bad. He's digging deep for more Pokemon. Hitting for 100 damage. Does he get the rare candy here? He needs this if he wants to continue. Oh, wait a minute. Playing Pokeball. It has everything. Now, this is gonna matter immensely on how you play your energy. This also matters, like, where you put your energy, right? Do you want the commit with the Suicune or not? That's really what's gonna come down to. Yeah, I feel like he's already committed so much into this Suicune that you have to swing with it, right? $50-50, 12 volt. That's insane, guys. It is, everybody loves Greninja. Everybody loves Altaria. Crazy finals. You guys are witnessing. Oh, yo, that didn't even cross my mind. The simple fact that, this Indeedee could attack. And you're giving, Rocky Helmet to this Indeedee as well. Two points going to Exorcist, but at the same time, you do have 90 HP, and having 90 HP is kind of scary. In this situation, you do not want to be in that situation. Damn, this is looking a little rough for the Altaria player, I'm not going to lie. But then again, do you have access to Mars or anything like that? That could be very impactful as well. Then again, he cannot attack this turn as well. Sabrina could have been perfect. Yeah, Sabrina would have been insane right here. I think you just have to pray and end your turn. Copycat? No way. Why would you copycat there? You have Cyrus's and Irida. Wow. Okay, at least you got your Cyrus back. But like, that was kind of risky. You had a nice hand. Sabrina! Sabrina actually came through. No way. Sabrina is going to solidify Game 1 of Finals. Yo, you called it. You called it. Sabrina. You did call it. Hey. Hey, you called that. I'm gonna let them match up real quick before let's watch Ariyama's point of view. Sabrina is kinda gross. I'm just making sure they pair into each other with no problems. And I just want to make sure that their hands are good before we stream the next one. Okay, here we go. It's coming down to the finals here. It is insane. Chat, 13 votes Altaria, so 54% Altaria. Greninja has 46. This is looking insane. But it looks like Ariyama got the optimal start that he wanted. Wait, we were already spectating we're spectating Ariyama this whole time, right? Let's go into Exorcist. I'm gonna go into the other perspective. See the Altaria. I just want to give everybody a different perspective, you know? Yeah, Sabrina is definitely the greatest of all time right now. And going up against a deck that relies on the bench and all of your allies, you're not always guaranteed to have like something with strong HP in the back row. So yeah, Sabrina definitely is good to abuse in the Suicune matchup. I'm not gonna lie, the last game Ariyama had like a crazy turn one, right? But that wasn't enough. That was not enough to clutch everything out. Just remember that. So we got the Chingling. Well, Chingling and Swablu, obviously, people saw. So we're opting in with Chingling and the Rocky Helmet, which is actually pretty strong, not going to lie. And this is going to buy multiple turns, right? Because like Chingling is gonna stall out Froakies from evolving, meaning it's going to give Ariyama a full hand. And if you know, if Exorcist has access to Copycat at any of his draws or whatever, this gives him an advantage to Copycat for the max and abuse Suicune's ability, right? So it's so good having Chingling out there. And he has the Copycat to abuse. And finding one card he needed, which was Altaria. Having the Altaria is pretty clutch. Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Or sub. Whatever it was. Thank you. Appreciate you for the sub or follow. Sorry, I'm not looking at notifications right now because this game is getting crazy. Trying to figure out what Ariyama would do. I think you have to go full set on the Suicune, right? He's going to sacrifice it, but he's in a position where he really can't start giving energy out to like anything on the board. This is crazy. This is insane. You guys already know what's going on here. I'm telling you. The same reason Revi's been saying this certain card is broken. It's probably the factor why I think Exorcist might take this game. Making exactly 100 damage is clutch because any less he would have been kind of cooked. Alright. Ariyama needs something big here in order to come back. He needs something big. He probably has the Indeedee because... Which one are we going with? We're going with regular Ninja. Do you have the second one? Indeedy. You need Greninja EX to pop off. I feel like Greninja EX is what you need to pop off with, if we're being honest. This is crazy, this is crazy. Getting hit with Mars? Getting hit with Mars? He lost to Sabrina. That was game changing, I'm not gonna lie. That was game changing. We got a good game in our hands. We have a good games. Yeah. Oh no. He put the Chingling down. Doing the 130 was kind of clutch. The Mars was kind of clutch. You definitely needed that Mars. Could Ariyama get out of this? Can we make it into a game 3? Going in with the Irida. Has to retreat, go into Greninja. Going in for the Chingling, interesting. I see what he's trying to do. Time to hit for a nice 130. He needs that Greninja EX in order to start popping off. The simple fact is Ariyama gonna get there. Like, I could see him stalling and then put an energy on Greninja, right? I mean, on Froakie. Oh yeah, he has to have it, right? He has to have it. Yeah, there you go. He might be a Cyrus away from winning this game. He might be a Cyrus away from winning this game, which is kind of crazy. Which we know he probably has because he has his whole deck in his hands. And the simple fact that he could just switch into Greninja EX and use that as a wall is insane. Ariyama is just pushing the limits here. No way! That was a top deck! That was a top deck Cyrus for winning the game. Going in with the Sabrina and Cyrus winning Exorcist the tournament. GG's. We have a brand new winner. Altaria. Ariyama. I mean, not Ariyama. Exorcist with the win. Good games. Now that is insane. That was an insane tournament run. This is the deck list right here. We will be showing it off right now, so everybody could take a quick peek of what ended up winning. And we ended the tournament. The final standings. Congratulations to Exorcist for winning this tournament. Congratulations, Ariyama, for second. Harry, I hope I'm saying your name right. Hey, Harry, for third place. Alana, fourth. Azu for fifth. Fred for sixth. Seventh, Fab, and Thunder for eighth place. Congratulations to the top 8 and everybody who made top cut. What ended up winning was Altaria, which is insane. This was one of the first variants when like the whole meta started, and you know, you can't really go wrong with this deck. This deck is just overall strong, amazing. And yeah, the struggle is that Ariyama was left behind. He needed speed. Yeah, he definitely needed speed, and he was in a situation where he was forced to put energy on Suicune, even though the Suicune was damaged. Because if you did not put energy on Suicune, you'd be late with an attack, and it was just not looking good for you. You needed to be going second so you could get that, you know, that fast ramp. But thank you guys so much for coming through and, you know, watching the stream. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Again, thank you guys for watching for a very long time. I've seen multiple names here just floating in the chat, keeping everything alive. If you guys want to be part of the community, here is my Discord. Remember to sub to the channel if you guys are brand new. If you want support as well, become a member. And we will be throwing more tournaments on our channel, so be on the lookout for that if you guys want to participate in the next upcoming tournament. I guess I'll announce it here. We will be throwing a tournament the same day as Crimson Blaze comes out, so be on the lookout for that. We will throw a tournament. I just gotta figure out what time slot works best for me because of my work schedule. It's gonna be a weekday, so it's gonna be a little tough to organize a tournament kind of last minute. But again, thank you guys for coming in. Shout out to everybody. Yo, thank you, Sappy. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. Rary, Duck, we got Kashi, we got Perry, we got Your Highness, we have Solo. Shout out to all the judges, everybody. Umbreon 99, you came through clutch, supporting in the background. Dirty Gusty Bubble was a judge. HVK and SoFlo for letting us use the Limitless account. Without him, there would be no tournaments. And we will see you guys next time. Peace out and have a good night, day, wherever you guys are. And yeah.